Welcome to tonight's City Council meeting. The public can attend tonight's meeting in person at the George DeSiero City and County Buildings Council Chambers located at 1 Tacoma Drive, or watch live on Channel 8 through live streaming on Broomfield's website, which is broomfield.org/live. The public may also participate in public comment either in person or by calling 855-695-3744 and pressing *3 to be placed in the queue for comment. Screeners will ask callers for their first and last name, neighborhood, and the agenda item the caller would like to comment on. If you'd like to speak on more than one item on tonight's agenda, you'll need to press *3 to be placed back in the queue for comment. Public comment will be limited to 90 minutes total per item. The first 1 through 15 participants in the queue have 3 minutes to speak. The next 16 through 25 participants have 2 minutes, and if time remains, the next 26 plus participants have 1.5 minutes to speak. If you're joining us in person, please come up to the podium and state your name and neighborhood for the record. The City Council regular meeting is called to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Anderson. Here. Cohen.
Here.
Hinkle.
Here. Here.
Leslie.
Here.
Lim. Here. Lindstedt.
Here.
Marsh Holshan.
Here.
Schaff.
Here.
Ward.
Here.
Thank you. A quorum is present. Councilmember Henkel is joining us virtually this evening. We will use roll call vote throughout the meeting. Will everyone please rise and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States
States of America, and the republic for which it stands,
under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. In an effort to keep order for tonight's meeting, I ask council members to limit their comments to 5 minutes. If council members are given an opportunity to speak for a second time, they should limit their comments to 2 minutes. We'll plan on a 10-minute break at approximately 8 p.m. We'll begin with council's review and agenda of this review and approval of this evening's agenda. Council may add or remove items from the consent agenda, or council may revise the order of business for a meeting. Does any member of the council have any comments or questions regarding this evening's agenda? I don't see Councilmember Henkel on the screen, so if somebody wants to keep an eye out, if the hand, oh, there she is. Thank you. Are there any objections to this agenda being approved? Seeing none, this agenda is approved. Before we begin, it is with heartfelt sadness this evening that we take a moment to honor the life of Michael DePalma, who was known by friends and family as Dominic. Dominic passed away last week when a vehicle that included himself and 4 other Broomfield High School students was involved in a tragic car accident. Dominic was just about to start his senior year. All of our thoughts are with the families, the staff of Broomfield High School, and their friends. Please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. The only item under petitions and communications this evening is a proclamation declaring August 2022 as Broomfield Government Employee Appreciation Month. This is one of my favorite proclamations because we are so incredibly lucky to have the top-notch staff that we do here in Broomfield. This evening, we have 2 tenured employees here to accept the proclamation on behalf of all of the employees. Mr. DeSoto and Mr. Rutt, will you please join Councilmember Leslie at the podium to receive the proclamation? Ken Rutt, the recently promoted Deputy Director of Public Works, he's put in 34 years of service. Sean DeSoto is the Facilities Services Coordinator and will also hit 34 years of service in November. Broomfield staff perform a variety of services to enhance and improve the quality of life of our residents through recreation programs, environmental programs, art, music, theater, entertainment, cultural offerings, and so much more, while also preserving public safety, clean drinking water, and maintaining Broomfield's capital assets. Many of these things are done so well, but they go unnoticed. We are incredibly fortunate to have you and all want to express our sincere gratitude. I wanted to also recognize Ms. Carla Schumacher, who's in the audience today. Ms. Schumacher has been the lead in programming several events to celebrate the employees this month and is also celebrating 21 years of service with Broomfield. Ms. Schumacher, thank you for all you do. Let's give them a round. We'll now proceed with public comments. If anyone would like to speak on this agenda item, please come up to the podium and state your name and neighborhood for the record. The next is by phone. I don't see anyone for this. Well, comments from city council are next. Any comments from council? They're ready to jump right in. Well, I'll thank you again. And oh, Councilmember Schaaf.
Thanks, Mayor. Just, I think that we get to say this once a year. Thank you for all our city and county staff does. Or at least I should say, we get this occasion to do it, but I know that we thank you on many occasions. So thank you for all the work that you continue to do. Thank you for continuing to make this a great community. The comment I continue to hear from the community is we have got a great staff here in Broomfield, and we're lucky to have you all. So thank you for your dedication. Thank you for all of your years of service.
And
Mayor, if I may,
yes. Go ahead.
we also want to thank council. It was a really fundamental and sizable step that council took last year for a budget amendment approving $4.5 million for our staff. And it allowed us to get completely up to date on the Fair Pay Equity Act. It also allowed us to shift the salary ranges. Big lift from HR and our HR crew to ensure that per council's direction, our midpoint is significantly higher than the other communities that have not taken that step. They either did a merit increase or they did a market adjustment, but they didn't do both. Council was thoughtful enough and had enough foresight as we're coming into the recovery phase for us to be able to do that for our staff. And we are all sure that that contributes to one of the state's lowest turnover rates, which Denver metro area is 18%, and Broomfield continues to hold steady at 8%.
Wow.
So
That's definitely a testament.
big thoughtful kudos to where CMO is making the rounds with our woot woot wagon, which I know kind of sounds a little cheesy, and it absolutely is. And folks are really enjoying it. And we certainly hope that that council and your families during our employee appreciation at the Bay are able to run in and to your point, Councilmember Schaaf, one-on-one, be able to say thank you to our staff. And these are two of our fan favorites. So Mr. Rutt and Mr. DeSol, we're so grateful. Thank you.
I concur. You guys go above and beyond, and all I hear is you set such a high bar. So I don't know how anybody could even match it. Thank you again. We'll move to public comment next. This is general public comment. So this is an opportunity for the public to comment on matters other than those listed on the agenda. If there's anyone who'd like to be heard, please come to the podium and state your name and neighborhood for the record, and limit your comments to 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Deborah Miller. I am a resident of Broomfield, but participant in the address confidentiality program. So I request to not have to provide my specific neighborhood so I can maintain confidentiality. I am here tonight to speak with you about the water tank issue that is taking place in the Anthem neighborhood. I wanted to say that our land, our open space, our trails, and our glorious Colorado mountains are not here to solely provide benefit to us, but they're here for the livelihood and well-being and natural habitat of our Colorado wildlife. I'm here today because the city and county of Broomfield is proposing a plan for industrial development that threatens the well-being of our Colorado endangered and imperiled wildlife and the habitat for vulnerable plants. These plans to add 3 large water towers, a pump house, and complete demolition of the beautiful open space on Anthem Hilltop will cause peril to the wildlife and plant habitat. The environmental engineering report that Broomfield City and County obtained from Smith on June 6th of 2022 stated that there are invasive weeds in the area, but listed one that is known to provide significant benefits to animals, including the Colorado native birds and the coyotes. Common mullein acts as an anti-inflammatory for coyotes, dogs, and even deer, but is also a significant source of winter food for birds in this open space. The report also stated that there are 10 federally listed threatened or endangered species likely affected by Broomfield projects. The burrowing owl, for one, is of significant concern. Our council members, your predecessors, gave this beautiful open space to our wildlife and made it a safe haven. But now this space is threatened with demolishment and conversion to tanks and a pump house. This will remove safe nesting grounds for the burrowing owl. You hold the power to maintain your predecessor's legacy of protecting our endangered wildlife and giving them a home. The environmental report stated that this specific open space, Anthem Hilltop, provides above average wildlife habitat compared to other developmental areas in Broomfield. Our city council members, please recognize the impact that this industrialization will have on our native and endangered wildlife. This significant impact was recognized by your predecessors, and they protected Broomfield's open space by minimizing impacts on wildlife that make their home here on Anthem Hilltop and within the community's open space. Please consider the perilous impact that this tank and pump house project will have on our wildlife and our community, who desire to protect and create a habitat that will give endangered species a home. The wildlife and plants cannot come here to speak with you, but as a significantly concerned resident, I care greatly for the preservation of our open space. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in person? I don't see any online. So council's community and event updates are next. Does any member of council have an update this evening? Councilmember Lim.
Yes, Councilmember Anderson and I attended the Commuting Solutions 6th Annual Sustainable Transportation Summit on August 28th, where they discussed possible solutions to address air quality and the medical impacts of our air quality. In conjunction with that, I just wanted to remind everyone that this month is Ride RTD Free with the slogan Zero Fare for Better Air. So you can see the RTD website for further information on how to save our air quality to some degree and use public transportation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Schaaf.
Thank you, Mayor. So yesterday was the Rocky Mountain Metropolitan Airport Community Noise Roundtable meeting. The airport report was fairly short for this meeting, but exciting news, JSX is starting to operate out of the terminal with 2 flights daily to Texas. So that's a big news there. If you're looking for a quicker flight or a quicker travel time than going clear down to DIA and travel into Texas, this is a great alternative. The other thing was the community land use presentations wrapped up yesterday, and one of those was by Broomfield. Thank you to Anna Burton-Zetti for her presentation. There was a lot of kudos in the room from other communities as well as the airports in terms of how Broomfield has continued to lead with information sharing about our developments as well as what's happening within our development. So the noise mitigations that we have used, the notice to the airport and getting their feedback, we continue to push the envelope and lead in the community in that way. And so with that, we will continue to put together those best practices for how we can best communicate with the airport, get their information on those development, but also looking at some of those noise mitigation strategies that we've employed, that some other communities have employed, and put those together so more of us around the airport can start to put those into place. So that's that. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? I also took part in an event today to promote the Zero Fare for Better Air August Free Fares ride. And so several mayors from Northwest Commissioners, Mayor from Longmont, Boulder, Louisville, and me and Devin, we rode the Flatiron Flyer from the Arista Broomfield Station all the way down to Union Station. And it was clean and quick and smooth and on time. And it was the first time I'd done it. So I was a little bit apprehensive, and I would definitely do it again. So I encourage everybody to try the ride. It's free in August, and it'll help keep some cars off the road. Thank you. Council's consideration of the consent agenda is next. The clerk will read all the consent agenda items by title, and there'll be one opportunity for public comments and council questions and comments. Council will then approve the agenda in two parts, as item 70 is a request for an executive session and requires a separate motion. Will the clerk please read agenda items 7A through 7E by title?
7A, approval of minutes from July 26, 2022, regular meeting. 7B, resolution number 2022-98, authorizing and approving intergovernmental agreements for election services by and between the city and county of Broomfield and the following school districts: Boulder Valley, Brighton 27J, and Weld RE8. 7C, resolution number 2022-107, authorizing and approving an agreement with Motorola Solutions, Inc. for replacement of backup dispatch center radio equipment. 7D, resolution number 2022-108, authorizing and adopting the Broomfield County Noxious Weed Management Plan. 7E, request for executive session regarding discussion of personnel matters involving the city and county manager.
Thank you. We'll now proceed with public comments. Does any member of the public have any comments on these agenda items? If so, please step up to the podium.
Hello again. My name again is Deborah Miller. I am a participant in the ACP and request to have my specific neighborhood concealed for confidentiality. I wanted to speak on the weed condition, specifically as it pertains to the Brimfield open space and some of the areas that are considered to be safe havens and safe habitats for a lot of our endangered wildlife species. Because of some of these weeds, I understand that the issue can be extremely confusing and difficult for the city council members to make decisions on. But I do ask that in the decision-making process, you take a lot of consideration and take heed of the benefits that some of these weeds actually do provide to our wildlife, specifically as it pertains to the common mullein, which I know is frustrating and annoying, but it does provide a very significant source of winter food for a lot of our birds that live in the open spaces and would otherwise not have anywhere to find food to eat. And it also, again, provides an anti-inflammatory response for a lot of animals who, if they're injured out in the wild, in our open spaces, they get cut by the rocks or whatever the case may be, it acts as a significant anti-inflammatory to these animals as well. So I ask that you please do take consideration of the benefits that some of these plants, they are foreign to Colorado, but they are plants, can provide to a lot of our wildlife, especially the endangered ones. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? I don't see any online. Does any member of council have any comments on these agenda items? Nope. Okay. Before asking for a motion, I want to remind everyone that item 7B is an intergovernmental agreement and requires a 2/3 approval of council. We'll now proceed with council's approval of the first part of the consent agenda. Is there a motion by council that the recommendations contained in the staff reports for agenda items 7A through 7D be approved? Councilmember Marshall-Olson.
So moved.
May I have a second? Councilmember Leslie?
I second the motion.
Is there any discussion? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Anderson?
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hinkle,
Yes.
Leslie.
Yes.
Lim,
Yes.
Lindstedt,
Yes.
Marsh Holston,
Yes.
Schaff,
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Thank you. That passes unanimously. We'll now proceed with council's approval of the second part of the consent agenda. Will the city and county attorney please read the recommended motion for item 7E?
That an executive session be held on August 23rd, 2022 at 5:15 PM prior to the start of the regular meeting for the purpose of discussing personnel matters related to the city and county manager as permitted by section 24(6), 402, 4F1 of the Colorado Revised Statutes.
Thank you. Is there a motion? Councilmember Leslie?
I make the motion to adopt the resolution.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Ward?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Cohen,
Here. Yes. Yes.
Hinkle,
Yes.
Leslie,
Yes.
Lim,
Yes.
Lindstedt,
Yes.
Marsh Holston,
Yes.
Schaff,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
Thank you. That passes unanimously. There is no business before the Broomfield Board of Social Services or the Board of Health this evening. The first item under council business this evening is a public hearing and council's consideration on second and final reading of proposed ordinance number 2186, amending the Broomfield Code regarding electric vehicle infrastructure and parking requirements. I'll now declare the public hearing open. We'll follow the city's standard public hearing procedures for code changes. First, staff will present a summary of the ordinance. Next, we will ask for public comments, and finally, questions from the city council members. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I'll ask our staff to summarize.
Thank you, Mayor. And joining us this evening is standing right there, co-lead of community development, Anna Bertonzetti.
Thank you and good evening, Mayor and City Council. So the item this evening is the second reading, as was mentioned, for the EV ordinance. Currently, what staff is doing is providing EV parking guidelines. We've been doing this for a number of years, but the proposal this evening is to codify requirements for future development proposals coming through for residential and non-residential uses to require EV infrastructure. If I could have the next slide, please. So, excuse me, the proposed EV charging ordinance provides definitions for the terminology used for EV parking infrastructure and the level of parking charging stations. It establishes the number of spaces that would be required and the type of charging level that would be required for the various types of development. Staff did make one change since the first reading of the ordinance. It is an administrative change. The term single-family residential development was changed to one-family dwelling residential development. And this was done in order to match a defined term in the Broomfield Municipal Code. Next slide, please. The list of definitions includes EV charging types of EV capable, EV ready, and EV installed. EV capable spaces, as we'll use it in this ordinance, would be electrical panel capacity and space and the conduit that can accommodate future wiring for the installation of a level 2 charger. When we talk about EV ready, those are stalls that are both required with infrastructure and wired outlet junction box, and the charging equipment is not specifically required with EV ready, but with EV installed, it includes the capability with the wiring, the conduit, and the installation of the level 2 charger itself. And for clarification, although we do provide a definition for level 1 and level 2 chargers, all of the requirements as included in the ordinance as proposed address level 2 charging capacity. Next slide, please. So this table, which is also in the staff memorandum, if it's difficult to read on the screen, includes the ratio of the required parking spaces and the type of charging that would be required for new multifamily residential developments. As noted at the bottom, new single-family residential would be required to have one EV-ready space per dwelling unit. These numbers are largely consistent with the guidelines that we have been providing. Next slide, please. This table is outlining the ordinance requirements for non-residential uses. And again, the percentages are largely in line with what the guidelines have been provided to developers over the last few years. Next slide, please. The ordinance was drafted to only apply to new residential and non-residential developments that are subject to a site development plan or an urban renewal site plan following October 1st, 2022. Staff included this as a potential effective date to allow developments already in the process to some time to adapt prior to proceeding for final approval. The ordinance requirement is not applicable to previously approved or constructed developments. Further, since this requirement is in Title 17 and is applicable to site development plans and urban renewal site plans, it is possible for developers to request a variance through the process. Next slide, please. Public outreach for the ordinance has continued on the Broomfield Voice. We have a report run that is included in the correspondence folder. There were about 1,400 views of the Broomfield Voice page for this item. Some of the public comments are summarized on the screen, and the correspondence folder includes a link to the correspondence received prior to the first reading, as well as correspondence received prior to tonight's meeting. Next slide, please. On June 13th of this year, planning staff provided the Advisory Committee on Environmental Sustainability, ACES, with an overview of the draft regulations. And during the presentation, we provided answers to questions, and after discussion and review, the ACES voted unanimously to recommend approval of the ordinance as presented. Additional outreach included contacting developers, contractors, architects, service providers, including Excel and United Power, and consultants, inviting them to review and provide comment. Comments received have been included in the City Council correspondence folder, as I mentioned. It is anticipated that this proposed ordinance can be one of many steps that are taken regarding EV infrastructure. Future steps could include updating this ordinance to address EV demand, increasing the requirements, addressing level 3 chargers, implementing for projects that are previously approved. There could be changes made to the building code or energy code. Those types of changes would need to be considered through a separate process. The intent is to provide some level of transition towards the goals of greenhouse gas emission reduction related to EV usage. Voting on this ordinance this evening, if approved, would make EV parking requirements effective, as I mentioned, after October 1st of this year. And that concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Betty. We'll start with in-person public comment. If there's anyone who would like to be heard, please come to the podium and state your name and neighborhood for the record. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes. It's a race.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is John Ewalt, and I live in the Pinnacle North subdivision. I have already spoken on this ordinance, and from my perspective, nothing has changed, as the ordinance is currently identical to how it was introduced on July 12th. However, it is clear that it will be amended. I would ask that if this ordinance language is amended in any non-administrative way, that the final vote be moved to the next City Council meeting so the public has an opportunity to see and comment on the actual language of the ordinance. And I was just notified this evening that there were 3 amendment concepts provided in the staff memo. That's a great step in the right direction, and it is helpful, but it was just concepts. There was not the published language. So it's still of limited usefulness for making comments. So I would ask that any vote be moved to the next meeting so that the public has a chance to comment on the actual language of the ordinance before it is passed or potentially failed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Casey Martin. I live in the Harvest Station apartment complex neighborhood. So I wanted to speak in support of this measure because the adding a EV charger while a development is being built is much more affordable than adding it after the fact. A 240 volt circuit is in most one family homes for a dryer already. So if it is required to be put in a one-family home from the start, then the circuit for the dryer can simply be put where it can also be accessed through a garage or carport. Whereas if a house has to be retrofitted after the fact, it can cost thousands of dollars. And so it is much more affordable to do this upfront than to do this after the fact. The homes, developments, and buildings that are built now will be in place for decades as EV adoption continues to skyrocket, as it has already begun doing. So this is an investment in the future and lowering costs for future developments and residents so that they will not have to bear the cost later significantly higher than the upfront cost. Having an EV has already come down significantly in price. Affording a new EV car can be done for around $25,000. A used EV is around $13,000. So EVs are becoming much more accessible to everyday residents, and the expenses for maintenance and charging the vehicle are less than for a gas vehicle. So making EVs available to multifamily residents through making sure there's charging makes this more affordable transportation more affordable to people who live at multifamily residences. And having EV charging at places like shops and theaters allows people who live in neighborhoods or multifamily that don't yet have charging stations because they were already built to have access if they're going shopping for an hour or if they're in the movies for a couple hours, that they can charge their car while they're doing that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? I don't see any online. So questions from council are next. Oh, I'm so sorry.
I didn't move fast enough. Sorry
That's
about
okay.
that. Woo, run. Thank you, council, for letting us make comments here tonight. Personally, I have no problem with EVs. I think that's great. If you want to drive an EV, that's great. Doesn't work for everybody. I am opposed to mandating these be added to the building code because building for the future, it sounds great, but none of us really know what's going to be around 5 or 10 years from now. Look back 5 or 10 years. I work in IT, have for 30 years. I used to be the young gun at work. Somehow or other in 5 years, I all of a sudden became the old person who doesn't understand the music or the movies that the people I work with are referencing at work. If you look at the last 30 years and the last 5 or 10 years in the change in technology, it's overwhelming. It's like drinking from a fire hose. Moore's law, Nielsen's laws, there's all these laws out there about how quickly technology is going to change and take over. I don't see how we can affirmatively say 10 years from now, everybody's driving an EV, because 10 years ago, the big deal was hybrids. Are they increasing? Great. Are the prices going down? Great. I look at a Tesla and think that's a pretty cool little computer that person's driving, but it wouldn't work for what my husband does, which is haul around tools and such. I wouldn't, if I had a Tesla, his tools wouldn't come anywhere near it. So this idea that everyone is going to be driving an EV, every household needs an EV, and that we must mandate now for something we predict is going to happen in the future, I think is going to unnecessarily increase the cost for housing. And I sat in this chamber room. When did we have that meeting about affordable housing, where we had the panel of speakers here? And I listened that evening, and a gentleman said part of the problem with building affordable housing is building codes, and that he wrote about some law, and I wrote it down. And of course I can't find my notes for tonight to reference who that gentleman was and what he was referring to. But that just really hit me, that part of the reason we have a challenge to build affordable housing is because of building codes. And maybe this is going to add $300. Maybe it's going to add $3,000. I don't know. But every little additional cost that we mandate for housing, I just feel is not necessary right now, especially when we have so many people struggling for food, clothing, shelter, reasonable transportation. So I just really want to appeal to you I don't know that I'm going to convince anybody to rethink on this particular vote, But I would request for future additions to our building code that we really think about the long-term cost and that effect of raising costs for everyone. I'm not planning on buying a new build. So personally, it's not going to cost me anything. But as all of the costs of houses raise in our area, it also impacts those of us who are in existing homes. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right, anyone else scanning the room? I don't want to miss. Good. I don't see any online popping up. Okay. Well, thank you for your thoughtful comments, everyone. Questions from council are next. Members should limit themselves to questions during this portion. The time to introduce amendments and state positions for or against this item is later. Are there any questions from council? What? No? Okay, moving on. Sure, no questions. Well, I have a question. It's not about this, it's about the third reading suggestion from the resident. How would that work with the way our agendas are set up? Because I know we only have 2 business meetings a month. And we're not currently in the cycle to have a third hearing. So Ms. Rogers, can you fill me in on how we could, is that something we could consider? I don't know if we can consider it tonight, but what would you like to add to that?
You can, since the council follows Robert's rules, it'd be a motion to table is the easiest way to do it. And then we'll set a date, find another meeting, and we'll add it to the agenda. And just note that it's the third hearing. There's nothing that restricts council from having another meeting on an item. There's no mandate that you have to pass it after the second reading.
But, and then how would council decide if they want to have a third?
One of the
hearing?
council members would have to make a motion to table, and then a majority of council would have to agree.
And that could be done on a case by case basis. We wouldn't have to change our rules or
It can be done on a case by case basis, and it's something that council could consider in their rules. So, but for the short term solution would be a motion to table.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. Thank you. Any questions now? Councilmember Schaaf.
Thanks, Mayor. So I didn't have this question on the first reading, but tonight it caught my attention. So the language that Ms. Bergenzetti that you read was the ordinance will be applicable to developments that are subject to the site development plan, urban renewal site plan, and reviewed by council, city council after October 2022. So timeline for these, we get applications many weeks, months, in advance of something being reviewed by council. So at what point in that process would this actually take effect? Would it take effect for an application that has been submitted already, potentially, or is this even something that's in concept phase and that we've been notified at this point?
Thank you for the opportunity to clarify that, Councilmember Schaaf. So this would be applicable to projects that are already in the process. And we have been, our staff, the planning staff has been in constant communication with the applicants who are in process to which this would apply. As I mentioned before, we already provide guidelines, and those guidelines were largely very similar to what is proposed in the ordinance this evening. So we haven't had a lot of developers who have seemed surprised that this was being brought forward. We talked to them about the fact that the ordinance was being drafted and being brought forward for consideration, and we shared the draft language with them early. So they are fully aware of it, and those that are in the process are either ready to incorporate the changes into their proposals before they come forward after October 1st, or they would have the opportunity to request a variance since this is in Title 17. At this time, we haven't heard from any applicants that are indicating a particular direction.
All right, thank you for that. So the idea that many of the applicants, developer applicants, are already having the sense that this is coming, that we've already been in constant conversation with them. This is something that many of these developers are already building on into their developments anyway, even without council passing this ordinance. Is this becoming a standard feature, not only in Broomfield, but around the region, around the country as well, to include EV ready in single family houses or one family houses, I believe was the term, as well as multifamily and commercial and retail?
It's certainly becoming more common, but I wouldn't say yet that it's a common requirement. But the guidelines that we've been providing, I think have helped to ensure that developers know that that's an expectation. And we've talked about it at pre-application stage. Through the concept review, it's a common question, how many EV spaces are you providing? So I think the developers who are active in the community understand that this is a really highly desirable goal. And now it will be a requirement, and we've been in communication with them. So whether it's regionally a common requirement in a code, I'm not sure that I could say that, but it is becoming more and more common.
Right. And I guess to clarify, so not so much a common requirement, but something, a feature that the developers are including in their developments. So we've seen developments in other communities as well as, concepts that have come to Broomfield with EV ready, plans with chargers already included. We just saw a concept review for a gas station recently that was going to include EV chargers in their gas station. So it seems like this is becoming part of the development community, is to put these in. Is that, I guess that was kind of where my question was.
That is correct. I think we have a few projects that come through and have said, we don't feel that it's appropriate at our location, and council has considered that. And that still would be an opportunity for them to do that through a variance. But we provided some examples of projects in the memorandum with examples of what type of infrastructure they've already included, even without the requirement being in place.
And final question. When we've talked to our development community and our developers, they're looking for some type of guidance where that's going to go. And they've been asking for more clarity around this issue. What does the ordinance look like? What is the exact number that you're wanting? And a little bit more definition to what we have. Is that correct?
That is very much correct, and why staff created at first the guidelines to help codify that. But they really, the development communities really does look at the requirements, and it helps them to know what the expectation is and what that minimum requirement is.
Perfect. Thank you, Ms. Burton-Zadi.
Thank you. Any other council member questions? Oh, Councilmember Henkel, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for letting me join you all from Las Vegas. Thank you, Ms. Burton-Zadi, for your presentation, and I really appreciate all of the in-depth research that our staff has done. I have one question, and just maybe this is really more for the public, because a lot of times people don't understand the variance process and what that might look like, especially for a commercial developer. So do you mind explaining that to us? Thank you.
Thank you. That's a great opportunity to clarify, because variances can mean different things. Whether someone's getting a variance on an individual project that goes to the Board of Adjustment, you're right, it is different for the development community. For site development plans and urban renewal site plans that require a public process, the municipal code allows for developers to ask for a deviation from the code or a variance. And the justification needs to be provided as part of their application, but it doesn't necessarily need to be a hardship. So it can be related to the project. For the context of this, we had a recent drive-through restaurant that had requested to not include EV infrastructure just a couple of weeks ago. So if a project were to come forward, similarly, they could say, this is a drive-through restaurant. Here's our reasons why we don't believe this is appropriate to require for our site. And that would be included as part of the public process for that site development plan for that use in that location with that particular design. So it's very specific to an individual location, and it's reviewed as part of the whole application.
Great. Thank you so much. That's it, Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember. Any other questions? All right. Next is council's consideration of proposed ordinance number 2186. Will the clerk please read proposed ordinance number 2186 by title?
Ordinance number 2186, amending chapter 17 of the Broomfield Municipal Code regarding requirements for electric vehicle infrastructure and parking requirements.
Thank you. Is there a motion? Councilmember Leslie?
I'll move the resolution.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Ward?
And I'll second the resolution.
Thank you. Is there any discussion?
Mayor, just real quick, we are discussing an ordinance tonight. It's okay. It's all right. I just want to make that clarification.
Who said something else?
It was a motion to approve the resolution. It's actually a motion to approve the ordinance.
Can I restate?
It's-
Then may I move to approve the
Ordinance.
ordinance tonight?
Thank
Thank you
you.
very much.
Thank you. Can I have a second?
And I will second the ordinance.
Thank you, Councilmember Ward. Thank you for the clarification, Ms. Rogers. Is there any discussion? Councilmember James Marsh Holston.
Sorry, thank you, Mayor. So I wanted to specify that I support this ordinance tonight. And full disclosure, I own an electric vehicle, and I actually just got a quote today to have a charger installed in my garage, and it's going to cost me $22,000 alone just for the electrical. So the cost of installing it up front is much less for the consumers. And we're not talking about mandating installing chargers on every location. In a single family home, all we're mandating is that the 240 outlet be installed. And that's something that, a homeowner would want anyway. And that's me as a homeowner. I have the ability to have a charger installed in my garage. If I lived in an apartment, I would have no ability to do that. I would have no ability to require the apartment complex to install a charger. So that's something that we are bringing forward for our multifamily community, those in rental apartments. And also, when we're talking about for the future, let's remember that this ordinance is not going to mandate a huge amount of chargers in every spot. I mean, you look at what we're mandating, only 4% of the on a 100+ space complex, only 4% of the parking spaces have to have actual chargers installed. The rest of it is just the electrical or the conduit to do it in the future. And that's something I think is very important, that we prepare for the future, whether or not we have the chargers installed later on or not. And that is something I think that we, as a responsible council, are bringing for this community. So that's why I support this ordinance, and I look forward to the vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Leslie.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm in support too, and I want to kind of repeat what I had said during the first reading. There are 5 key reasons for my support. I'm a Tesla owner, and I had to spend $3,000 to have the electrical installed. Maybe 2 years later, the price has come down a bit, but there is an aftermarket cost, and certainly it's much more efficient to do it when the building is being constructed. But this is a safety issue here. Ozone is a big problem in the Front Range, all across the Front Range. And the 2 primary causes of ozone are oil and gas drilling and automobiles. And the more people who acquire electric vehicles, the more likely we're going to be able to reduce ozone, which is a health and safety issue for all of us in this room, for our families, particularly for our elderly family members. So anything we can do, and this part of a plan that the county has, is part of a plan the state has, and now, thanks to Congress finally passing the new legislation, it's part of a larger plan for the whole country, something that we desperately need to pursue. This provides, as my colleague said, a ratio. This isn't every parking spot, every new home, every new apartment that has to have an EV station, but the infrastructure, even that is a ratio. Not every apartment needs to have the infrastructure. Not every home needs to have the infrastructure. Not every parking lot needs to have it. So I think it's a reasonable approach to build for the future. And I appreciate the comments about we don't know what's going to happen in 10 years from now. But if we said, well, let's not build computers because we don't know what they're going to look like 10 years from now, well, Steve Jobs would have gone out of business. And we wouldn't have all of these things. I mean, that's the way it works. Things are going to continue to evolve, and we're going to continue to have to adapt to those changes. And it's important that we stay on top of it. And maybe 5 years from now, we'll need to change this, or maybe a year from now, we'll need to change this because of technology changing. But that's the way it works. Fourth, as I said, this reduces out-of-pocket costs, but it also supports what the power companies themselves are doing. United Power and Xcel have programs now that will help remediate the costs to the EV owners in terms of their ongoing day-to-day costs to use the additional power. And of course, with the legislation, both at the state and federal levels, there's going to be an acceleration of those kinds of support systems in place. So this is something that I believe we have to do. I think it's for the well-being of our community, for the cost reductions to individuals that do choose to buy an EV. And again, the producers are now putting out so many more, not only cars, but trucks. And perhaps we're going to be seeing a lot more trucks. I saw one the other day. Can't remember the name of it, but begins with an R. But anyway, I had seen them in the planning stages. I saw one on the road the other day, big pickup truck. So this is what's happening, and I'm supportive of this resolution. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next is Councilmember Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to move to amend section 2 of the ordinance to add that the minimum number of EV-ready spaces for one-family homes be applicable to townhomes and condos.
Go ahead and ask for a second, Mayor, and then I'll jump in.
All right, may I have a second? Councilmember Marshall.
I'll second.
Thank you.
Jake, could we get slide 3? Councilmember Ward did indicate this concept, as Mr. Ewalt mentioned. So staff has a slide of how this amendment would actually work on the chart. I give you all a second to see that on the screen, or the public to see that on the screen. The new language would be in red, and it would say multifamily residential development offered for sale to individual homeowners, open parentheses, condominiums, close parentheses, shall provide one EV-ready space per unit. And then on the minimum EV parking spaces for one family dwelling, staff added attached or detached and made a note that this would definitely include townhomes.
And thank you, Ms. Rogers. So to clarify, for those who don't know what EV-ready spaces are, can you elaborate on EV-ready?
I'll let Ms. Burton-Zetti answer that question.
Thank you.
Thank you. EV-ready spaces are those with the junction box and the wiring already in place within the garage unit or the designated parking space for the unit.
Thank you. All right, so now we're going to have, we're going to vote on the amendment.
A discussion on the amendment first, if anybody wants to comment on it.
Oh, yeah, sure. Councilmember Marshall. I did have a running list, though, of people who were in line to discuss the original ordinance. So should I go in that order instead of going back around?
No, Mayor, start a new list and then come back to that
okay.
list when we get back to the main
Don't get a lot of
discussion.
amendments, so. Then you're next.
Just a question actually on the
Okay.
amendment. Does this only apply to condos that are for sale, or does it apply to condos that are going to be rented also?
So if a condominium plat were to be provided for a multifamily development for the purpose of for sale, it would be applicable.
But not for rent?
So a rental, so an apartment complex would not be, it would not be applicable to an apartment complex.
But then all townhomes would be applicable, whether or not they're going to be rented out by the owner or.
That is correct.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the amendment? All right, so then will the clerk please call the roll?
Hinkle,
Yes.
Leslie,
No.
Lim,
Yes.
Lindstedt,
Yes.
Marsh Holston,
Yes.
Schaff,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Cohen.
Yes.
That passes 8-1. We'll now return to the main discussion. Next was Councilmember Lim.
Yes, I just wanted to state some other information regarding the importance of this EV parking requirement ordinance. When Councilmember Anderson and I attended the Sustainability Transportation Summit on July the 28th, the experts that were there included Dr. Brian Wilson of CSU Energy Institute and Jeff Lang of Excel. And they stated that EV charging was the most important shovel-ready impact project to address our air quality. So this is to follow up on Councilmember Leslie's point that this is a measure which will impact our health in Broomfield and in the larger region. We are obviously in a state of moving towards severe non-attainment of EPA ozone, and we need to do our part for that. Specifically, if the Inflation Reduction Act moves forward in the House and for the president's signature, there are tax credits of up to $7,500 for the purchase of a new electric vehicle and $4,000 for anyone who purchases a used EV. So that will address some of the concerns regarding the price of an EV and who is able to purchase one. I will add that in my participation in ACE's conversations, equity has always been at the center of those sustainability discussions. This measure will provide multifamily housing with EV-ready, EV-capable, and and a few EV installed parking spots. Multifamily residents do not have the same choice in their decision of housing and the ability to just install an EV charger. So ACES really felt that the ability to have the multifamily residents have access to EV charging that is present in this measure was very important for equity. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next is Councilmember Cohen.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to also express my support and address a couple issues as to why I believe this represents good public policy. We've received a lot of emails, and then there was a speaker tonight about the issue of affordable housing. And I think we need to take into account that when building a new home, the electrical work in its entirety generally accounts for 10% of the construction cost. So adding an amp or a panel for EV charger is not going to make a house go from being affordable to non-affordable. In fact, as has been stated, it's far more affordable to do it during construction than to install it afterward. As been mentioned, I think equity is a huge issue to take into account. Charging at home is 5 to 10 times cheaper than charging at a public charging station. So if we deny people in multifamily housing the option of charging at home, we are making it more expensive for them to use an EV. So I think equity is a huge issue. I think another issue is environment. I think has been alluded to. Cars and trucks account for 20% of GHG in a community. So if we can remove that, and turn more and more EV cars, the cleaner our air is, the healthier it is in our community as a whole. And one reason to do this is that lack of charging access or having a charger at home is the most cited reason by people who are deciding against getting an electrical vehicle. It's like 70%. So if we can take away that barrier, we'll increase the likelihood of people to be able to consider buying an EV in the future. And that combines will make our community safer as a whole and clean the air, and also in turn make it more affordable to more people and in general. So I want to express my support and we'll be supporting the motion.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Lindstedt.
Thank you, Mayor. By 2035, almost 60% of vehicles sold are going to be electric vehicles based on a variety of forecasts. I think one of the most important things you can do when you're writing ordinances or public policy is to reach out to the folks that are going to be impacted by that policy. And in this case, it would be the development community in Broomfield. And when this proposal came forward, I actually sent it forward to many of the developers just to see, hey, what do you think of this? And the response I got was, well, we're already doing that. Like, we're going to exceed these requirements. This isn't a big deal. This is already being done. The market's already driving this with most of our developers. To add in an electric vehicle ready parking spot, during construction might cost $400 for the conduit, but to do it post construction, where you might need to add to the box and cut holes in walls and redo concrete work, it can be thousands. So if we're looking to 2035, when 59% or almost 60% of our sales are going to be electric vehicles, we should do this so that it's cost effective for the residents of those houses, and so that we can be ready for this transition, because it's happening, and it's a lot more cost effective to do it now during construction. So I think this is pretty common sense, and it's honestly the pretty conservative in terms of the numbers of spots that are required. It's a very incremental approach to encouraging the expansion to electric vehicles. So I think it was well stakeholdered. I think there's a reason we don't have letters of opposition from developers here tonight. And I'm ready to support it this evening. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other council member comments? Any more discussion? Councilmember Hinkle? Is your hand just still up? Or did you-
No, I actually
Okay.
raised it just now. I'll lower it just before I forget. But I do want to piggyback on what Councilmember Lindstedt said. And in fact, we are moving towards EV. If you ask any of the motor vehicle, developers or, businessmen and women, they are, we're going EV. And that's just the way it's going to go. And the earlier that we start moving in that direction, actually, the more fiscally responsible that we are. And like Councilmember Lindstedt said, is that we don't see a lot of developers fighting this. It's because they know it's coming too. So it's just something that actually gives a heads up rather than us during meetings. We've done this before where we tell people, hey, how many EV charging stations are you going to have? This sort of sets the tone and it sets the expectation so that they already know and we can run business more smoothly here in Broomfield. Thank you.
Thank you. Last call for discussion. All right, we have a motion on the floor to approve ordinance number 2186 as amended. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Leslie,
Yes.
Lim,
Yes.
Lindstedt,
Yes.
Marsh Olson,
Yes.
Schaff,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hinkle.
Yes.
Thank you. That passes unanimously. The next item under council business this evening is the 2022 review of housing activities across Broomfield departments and the Broomfield Housing Alliance, making its debut in the council chambers. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I'll ask our staff to summarize.
Thank you, Mayor, and a lot of excitement from staff's perspective as we move forward on this conversation. As council will remember, this the initiative to really focus on all housing for Broomfield residents has been a work in progress for about 3.5 years. Director of Human Services, Dan Casey, is joining us tonight. Jeff Romine, Thunder, is also in the audience tonight on a subject that he and his team have done a yeoman's job from coordinating the efforts. So in the past, we've had multiple departments and divisions that were focusing on various components of housing. We knew that in order to support the new Broomfield Housing Alliance, we're also thrilled to have the Ms. Heiser here, who is a new employee and brings not only a fresh approach, but certainly an angle that Broomfield over the decade has been looking for. So rather than segregating, having multiple conversations, whether it be about homelessness, attainable housing, under the 50% AMI housing, the approach again from this coordinated effort is one of coordination that will take us into the future. And as we all know from our regional our regional partners and what we've been experiencing because of the housing prices in the state of Colorado with no end in sight, Broomfield being the fastest growing county, it brings a whole different level of challenges for us. And with that, there's a finite pot of funds. We can't be all things to all people. So in the next 36 months, our focus is going to be on, again, having this coordinated effort, adapting and growing as we go, and having the partnership with our Broomfield Housing Alliance that really does allow us to have a comprehensive approach for every member in Broomfield. And I think, oh yes, there she is, our Walt Spader Heart of Broomfield Award winner. I know she'll love when I do that. Sharon Tessier, who also brings a new voice to our overall housing team and really does drive what it looks like to supply short-term and long-term diversified housing stock. So we've gone round and round kind of what these definitions and titles look like, and we have settled on a diversified housing stock and what that looks like. Mr. Casey's going to walk us through it. I'm not going to go through everybody up on the up on the board there, but again, I think the representation tonight is really the culmination of a year and a half of trying to have the most thoughtful, intentional, strategic approach that takes into account community development. It takes into account CIP. It takes into account the other federal funds that we get from CDPHE. I'm writing an email right now regarding CDPHE. So it's not CDPHE. It's CBDG funds.
Oh.
Mr. Casey.
Thank you.
I'm so glad I'm not the only one who messes that up.
Yeah, we have a lot of acronyms to go around, so we have a whole list of those prepared for you. Good evening. I'm Dan Casey. I'm the Director of Human Services. Good evening, Mayor, members of council. We've got a quick review of what's happened over about the last 12 months in Broomfield for housing. I will be joined in a little bit by Kristen Heiser, who's our Executive Director of our Housing Alliance, and Rachel King, who is our Deputy Director of Economic Vitality. And I also wanted to throw a shout out, as Manager Hoffman already did, to Jeff Romine in the back of the room, Director of Economic Vitality, Sharon Tessier, our Housing Manager, and Kari Hunt, my Deputy Director of Human Services. And as Manager Hoffman said, it takes a team to do this. There's 6 of us. We thought of a really cool name. We're going to be the Housing Team 6, because it really is a collaborative effort. It's going to take all of us, all hands on deck, to take all these different approaches. I won't pontificate for too much longer, but one thing that I always say is when I ask someone, what does housing mean to you? If there's 10 people in the room, you'll probably get 10 different answers. So we're taking an approach that kind of starts from that 0 AMI or that unhoused all the way up to affordable housing and beyond. So without further ado, let me get into the presentation. Just a quick history. So in June of 2021, we started the conversation, and that was really around how do we enforce camping in open space in our parks. We had some unhoused individuals putting tents up, and we didn't really have an approach that we were implementing at the time. That took us into more conversations. And then in July of 21, we had a study session to address housing insecurity and also our unhoused. September of 21, we did a homelessness update. We had some proposed next steps and a timeline for a comprehensive approach, as Manager Hoffman had alluded to previously. So in 2021, we did talk about what we developed is the Campsite Housing Assessment and Review Team, or referred to as CHART. And that is our mechanism that we use. It's a team of individuals from across almost every department, actually, at this point. And we do an assessment of any campsite that we find or unhoused individual that's in the city and county of Broomfield. We do a review. We try to make contact with that individual, provide services up front. We do an assessment. If there's a safety hazard or an environmental hazard, we post a notice for that individual to move. Then our final step of that process is we would clean up the campsite. I would love to report to you today that we've had 38 reports over the last year. We have only gotten to that 4th step on 2 occasions. One occasion, all property that was removed from the site was returned to the individual successfully. The other campsite that we cleaned up, the property is still actually in storage today. We have a procedure that we keep it for about 90 days. This has been since April. We're under the impression that the individual that was at this particular location is potentially incarcerated in Boulder, so we're holding on to their stuff a little bit longer. The other long-term recommendations that we talked about back in 2021 were community outreach, the creation of an independent Broomfield Housing Authority, and realignment of Broomfield Department's staff resources and working on issues of housing more collaboratively. Next slide, please, Jake. So I'm going to briefly talk about some of the things we've done in the Department of Human Services. In 2022, our community grants, we invested $82,000 in keeping residents safely housed. We invested $177,000 in family support programs. Again, the CHART process, this is not a human services program, it's a CCOB program. Like I said earlier, there's many departments involved: public health, police department, the attorney's office, public works, just about every department is involved. And we've also partnered with Adams County, and most of you may recall I came before you a few months back to do an MOU with the Adams County Homeless and Housing Municipal Work Group, and Kari Hunt and I are part of that team. And then housing assistance. So through our routine normal programs, we have supported 4 adults and 9 children with $44,000 in 2021 with our tenant-based rental assistance, TBRA program. We've served 8 additional households with $12,000 with our community services block grant. Here comes the acronym CSBG and CDBG. We'll try to keep those separate in your mind. And then in the first half of 2022, we've assisted 7 additional households with $14,000 in CSBG. And we are currently administering 20 housing choice vouchers and AKA Section 8. Those are our vouchers that we get from the Department of Local Affairs that are funded through HUD. Just quickly, we also have our emergency rental assistance and mortgage assistance program that is our own CCOB dollars. During the pandemic, we referred to that as Bridge the Gap. Now it's the Self-Sufficiency Rental Assistance and Mortgage Program. In 2020, we spent $127,000 in the SSRMA funding. That was largely due to the displacement of individuals and job loss because of the pandemic. In 2021, that SSRMA fund was not used at all. And that's due to all of the additional government funding through DOLA and through some of the other programs that help folks with rental assistance. And so far, year to date in 2022, we've spent about $1,700 of our $75,000 in emergency rental assistance. And with that, I am going to turn it over to Kristen Heiser, and we will have opportunity for questions for all of us at the end.
Thank you, Dan. Good evening. I'm Kristen Heiser, Executive Director of the Broomfield Housing Alliance, which is the independent housing authority that this City Council approved and created in January of this year. Before I continue, I want to thank this council for asserting its commitment to pursuing solutions for housing availability and stability, the diverse housing stock that the city manager was discussing, and by really drawing a line in the sand and saying that we are very committed to creating and supporting the housing authority's existence, and by encouraging the alignment of the housing resources that we'll be sharing with you tonight that best serve the Broomfield community. In your council packet, you received BHA's progress report. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about the nitty gritty of what we've done because you have that to review and it's available to the public. And so I'll be focusing a lot on what our continued progress and where we're headed into the future and how this work is going to be happening in close collaboration with our partners at the City and County of Broomfield. I also want to acknowledge Linda Fahrenbrook, who is our Vice Chair with the Housing Alliance. And I just appreciate her being here. Like any good startup, which is essentially what we are, we're essentially a startup organization. The board started with defining who we are, what we do, and why and how we will meet the housing needs of Broomfield. The Broomfield Housing Alliance imagines a future where no resident of Broomfield will have their ability to thrive diminished by a lack of safe, in affordable housing. How will BHA manifest this vision? By partnering to create abundant, attainable, inclusive, and sustainable housing that gives all residents of Broomfield an opportunity to thrive. BHA's work will be grounded in accountability, integrity, respect, and interdependence. So what have we been up to? Over the last 18 months, we've made progress in the areas of organizational development, partnership building, and housing outcomes. Given our mission to create housing opportunities, let's start there, the most exciting stuff. In May, BHA acquired a 2-acre infill site in the Northmore neighborhood located at 14th and Cottonwood. Given the location in the heart of an existing neighborhood and the size of the property, the eventual outcome will be a small-scale housing community. To help us determine what should be built on the site, BHA has been awarded a small-scale technical assistance grant from the Colorado Housing and Finance Authority. This grant provides us access to pro bono, affordable housing consulting, and pre-development grant assistance. Our visioning for the site has also allowed us to build relationship with Friends of Broomfield, the Senior Resource Board, Imagine, Broomfield Fish, Bow Swan, and many other community agencies. While we've always have a ways to go before we see homes coming up on the site, we are making progress on designing a community that Broomfield needs and will be very proud of. We've also engaged in 4 affordable housing transactions, extending the Housing Authority's resources to achieve affordable housing outcomes. BHA is developing a housing opportunity pipeline for the board to strategically consider and guide the Alliance's investment and development work over the next 5 to 10 years. These opportunities might include new construction, preservation of existing affordable housing, redevelopment, adaptive reuse of existing buildings, and exploring partnership opportunities with agency and a variety of landholders. Essentially, as I mentioned, BHA is a startup organization, so we've spent a lot of time establishing sound operational structures and procedures. These include our financial practices, policy development, and board development. And I'm also really pleased to share that we have been warmly welcomed by the Broomfield's nonprofit and community service agencies. I have consumed a lot of coffee over the last 8 months because I'm spending a lot of time at Ziggy's and other coffee shops, just having conversations and really connecting with my community partners and building that critical trust and relationship and determining our shared goals to achieve what Broomfield needs to meet our housing needs. And with that, I'm going to pass it on to Rachel, who's going to be talking about where we are headed.
Good evening, Rachel King, Deputy Director, Economic Vitality and Development. So for the Housing Division, we'll go over some quick accomplishments first for the last year. And truly our biggest win was the introduction of almost 300 housing units that are income aligned. And those are units that are either recently opened or are under construction currently. These units include a mix of for sale and rental products and are offered at varying income levels. So that was a huge win for the division this year. Additionally, utilizing CDBG, there's CV, yet another acronym. The Housing Division supported local partners as well, including Broomfield Fish and the Refuge, to secure housing for 7 families and 5 additional individuals experiencing housing insecurity due to COVID. Additionally, our regular CDBG funded homeowner rehabilitation program has served 23 families. And then finally, we aided in the creation of our new Broomfield Housing Alliance and successfully filled our housing programs manager position with Ms. Sharon Tessier, and are currently hiring our housing program specialist position. Next slide, please. So a little bit about how we're shifting our housing activities moving forward. Given all of the successes that our collaborative or collective organizations have had over the past year, we do have a lot to celebrate, truly. However, we know that our work is never really done. So our current research and our own experiences, of course, show that particularly during the 2 last years, as we've addressed COVID, housing is a cross-cutting issue that affects a person's ability to thrive. And it's becoming increasingly important to support our residents and neighbors who are experiencing housing insecurity or hardship. Therefore, our work moving forward, as City Manager Hoffman alluded to earlier, is really to focus on partnerships collectively across our teams and our regional partners. We'll focus on coordination action to prevent displacement and housing insecurity in Broomfield and across the region. So we will do this by creating and preserving income-aligned housing and supportive services programs. And then just a quick note on verbiage. So moving forward, you'll hear us refer to income-aligned housing as opposed to affordable housing, as we feel this paints a more accurate picture of the housing we're speaking of. And similarly, we're using the term middle income housing as opposed to workforce housing. Next slide, please. So first, we are focusing on prevention. One of the models we utilize to address prevention is the upstream model and the concept of housing first. Historically, the approach was to have people earn their way into housing, moving upstream into stable housing by providing supportive services such as assistance in finding a job. But as housing costs continue to rise at an unprecedented rate, without comparable increases to wages, research has shown this approach is unsustainable. Therefore, the housing model flips the order. By providing income-aligned housing first, individuals begin upstream in stable housing. This approach makes it easier to obtain employment, address health concerns, and other needs. Additionally, providing supportive services can help prevent them from falling down into midstream or further downstream into instability or homelessness. Next slide, please. Parallel to our work focusing on prevention is to understand and leverage our partnerships within each AMI bracket or area median income bracket. For Broomfield's department specifically, we're also aligning our work to focus on several priority populations, which include seniors, persons with IDD, middle income earners, and families, particularly young families and single parents. Next slide, please. So using this two-pronged approach of prevention and partnerships, our housing division will focus on several new initiatives for the upcoming year. First, a tax relief program for seniors and persons with IDD. More information on this program will be provided later this year. Stay tuned. Additional rental assistance will be provided using local nonprofit partners and CDBG CV dollars, those COVID dollars from HUD. We'll also be working on an expanded and enhanced homeowner rehabilitation program. This will be through a new partnership with an entity called Brothers Redevelopment Incorporated to provide more outcomes from that program and expanded outcomes. And finally, our upcoming replacement of our inclusionary housing ordinance is coming later this year as well. For staffing and resources, we will realign the work under the housing programs manager and specialist positions to support these new initiatives. And we'll continue to maximize available resources from our annual HUD CDBG grant and the grant from our HUD Home Consortium. So next slide, please. And then finally, when we're talking about leveraging opportunities, our departments, along with Broomfield Housing Alliance, will also be focused very heavily on leveraging opportunities in the coming year. While we are excited about the services and development projects that are underway, it is important to recognize that our resources are limited. So in order to truly meet the needs, the housing needs of our community, we do need additional funding support. Therefore, we're pursuing various strategies. First, regional partnerships to align regional housing strategy and maximize access to competitive funding. We are tracking additional competitive funding opportunities from state entities like CHAFA and DOLA's Division of Housing and other limited federal sources. And we're pursuing other private and local funding sources to help support our work as well. Slide, please. And I think that goes back to Kristen.
Thank you, Rachel. So I think Rachel hit it on the head of that's what we're all going to be doing, working together to leverage those opportunities. And while just greatly appreciative of the resources we've received from the City and County of Broomfield, we're going to use those very smartly and wisely and be poised and ready to take advantage of other opportunities as they present themselves. But also moving forward, we're going to keep building our organization. Like I mentioned before, we are a startup, so we're continuing to develop those policies that help us really define our partnerships and how we're going to show up in relationship to with our development partners, how we're going to extend the authorities that we have available to us as a housing authority. We'll continue to sharpen our operational practices. We're going to continue to build out the plan and eventual homes at Cottonwood site over the next year. You'll see us come back as we go through the entitlement process to get the project ready and ready to build. In the fall, our board will be looking at the opportunities pipeline and strategically prioritizing investment and partnership opportunities. And with our partners, including the City and County of Broomfield, we'll be identifying, fortifying, and building housing services and programs supporting our shared housing goals. So I'm going to pass it back to Dan, who's going to take us through to the end.
So for moving forward for the Department of Human Services, a lot of the things we talked about previously, we're going to continue. We're also going to be involved in the point in time study, which is a one-day point in time that is happens throughout the metro region, and that gives us an idea and an identification of how many unhoused individuals we have in Broomfield. We're going to participate in the Built for Zero initiative through the Metro Denver Housing Initiative. And this is a functional zero homeless program for veterans that are experiencing homelessness. We're going to continue to work with the Adams County Collaborative, the municipalities in Adams, to share data, share information, share resources, continue to work on this more in a regional perspective. We're going to be supporting the Code Blue, or the Emergency Weather Shelter Program, moving forward. We're going to continue our TBRA program, or tenant-based rental assistance. We're going to continue to advertise and push our SSRMA, or our self-sufficiency rental and mortgage assistance program. Again, quickly, the SSRMA, we have spending authority. We can play with that a little bit. So a lot of our programs are up to 30% AMI or 60% AMI. With SSRMA, we can go to 80% AMI. So it helps a lot more individuals in the community. And then, of course, we're going to continue our nonprofit grant process, invest more dollars into programs that are directly providing services to our residents in Broomfield. And the last thing here is staff and resources. We've repurposed the vacant housing ombudsman position, and we've created a housing choice voucher program case manager. This individual is employed with us now, has started employment. And the plan is to go from 20 vouchers that we're administering now to 31 vouchers, an addition of 11 vouchers for that program. We're excited about that. That gets more people again into that position to be able to afford housing. And I think the last slide, Jake, just to recap, you heard a lot today that partnership, collaboration, shared vision, that's really what we're trying to do here. None of our departments individually or alone could do this work. We have to work together. We have to understand what the housing environment is when we're talking about folks that are experiencing housing insecurity. So we're going to continue our partnering and our collaborating, not only in the City and County of Broomfield, but with our regional partners as well. Where we were in 21, we started with community discussions. We started with a tent over by Commons Park that really sparked this conversation. And then it really started to build momentum. We have immediate enforcement actions. We've accomplished the long-term recommendations from a year ago. And that's where we are now. As you heard tonight, we've had some significant outcomes in from 21 to currently with our housing programs and our development activities. And moving forward together, reiterate that again, we're moving forward into the future. More focus on prevention of displacement of income-aligned housing. Additional funding opportunities need to be explored. I know that we talk about all of these initiatives, but then we need to figure out a way to provide some revenue to support them. Enhanced and expanded housing services to Broomfield residents by leveraging community partnerships. An inclusionary housing ordinance study session in September, and first and second reading in October. So you'll see that on the agenda soon. And that's the inclusionary housing ordinance replacement. So with that, that concludes our presentation, and we are happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Casey. Great update. And Ms. King and Ms. Heiser and Ms. Tessier and Commissioner Fahrenbrook. I mean, I get that this is a startup because it took these two women and many others 8 years at least to cultivate and incubate this whole idea that's now been birthed. So we did it, and we're so excited that it's even happening. So with that, we'll go to public comments. We'll start with in-person public comment. If there's anyone who would like to be heard, please come to the podium and state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes. Let me check online. Nope. Okay. Questions and comments from council are next. Are there any questions or comments? Councilmember Leslie.
Thank you, Mayor. Are there any other members of the team who are present tonight that could be introduced to us? I see people holding hands up, but pleasure. Anybody else?
I think we've introduced Sharon Tessier, but
Yeah.
if you want to, Jeff Romine in the back.
Yes. Great.
And
Well, yeah, I just want to add my compliments to the team. This is a lot of work in a very short period of time. This is such an important issue. It almost comes up every council meeting about affordable housing one way or the other, and you're actually doing the work. And again, I appreciate the team approach. You are the Housing Six, as I understand. Congratulations. It's nice. I look forward to seeing your logo next. But this is such a profound and powerful issue of importance to all of us here in Broomfield. And I really like your mission, vision, and value statements. I think those are very important in any organization as they're developing their purpose. And I think the whole idea that you will do everything you can to make sure that residents of Broomfield don't have to suffer the loss of housing. And that's such a big issue for us. I just wanted to add my congratulations on behalf of the council. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Marshall-Olson.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to echo my colleagues. Thank you all for the hard work you're doing. You know, someone who grew up experiencing not homelessness, but pretty close to it if it hadn't been for the generosity of family members. It's something that's very important to all of us, that we find the ability for our members of a community to have housing stability. So thank you so much for your hard work. I have a few questions, mainly around the voucher. Mr. Casey, you mentioned that we're increasing our housing choice vouchers, or what it's called now, housing. That's formerly Section 8, correct?
Correct.
So we're increasing that from 20 to 31. Is that just because the numbers, is that limited by funding, federal, state?
Yeah, Councilmember Marshall-Olson, thanks for the question. The vouchers themselves come from the Department of Local Affairs. It's a HUD-funded program. Every municipality agency is afforded a certain number of housing choice vouchers. Initially, Broomfield had roughly 25. Individuals that receive the voucher can move with that voucher. So if someone leaves Broomfield to go to another community and they have a voucher, they can take that with them. Over the years, we've received some vouchers that have transferred in and some have gone away, and we're sitting now at about 20. There's been a lot of dollars at the federal level put into the Housing Choice Voucher Section 8 program. So statewide, there was a large number of vouchers afforded to the state of Colorado. We are getting 11 of those. Now, it's a balance because it takes a lot to administer that program, and it's very minimally funded. So in order to make sense of how many vouchers we can actually take on, 31 is probably a little light. We could probably handle a few more, but not many. And that's why we have added an additional FTE to help manage that program. Right now, we've got one person that administers our TBRA, our SSRMA, and our Housing Choice Voucher program. So we now have an additional resource to help manage that workload. There's a lot involved in eligibility and tracking and making home visits, making sure that people are abiding by the Section 8 rules. So a lot goes into how many we can have, but 31 right now is where we're going to be. I hope to expand that again in the coming years.
Is that something that I imagine 31 is probably doesn't meet the need of what we have? I imagine if we had the ability to have more, we'd have the people that would need them, correct?
Yes and no. So the voucher program also comes with some other difficulties, right? We have to have landlords that will accept the vouchers. We have to have people that qualify for the vouchers. We had a waiting list and we closed the waiting list and we just haven't seen the drive yet. So we're going to reopen that list in the fall of this year. And maybe I can report back to you in a few months about how we are sitting with 31 vouchers instead of 20.
I guess my larger question is that something that we could do our own voucher program if we had the funding for it, separate from section or the housing choice? For example, if we're increasing the inclusionary housing cash in lieu payment, if we're increasing that fund, could we use some of that to fund our own independent vouchers, independent of that program?
My initial reaction is, yeah, we can always figure out a way, but the funding I think is the most important part. And I looked back at Kristen and she may have a better perspective from the housing authority perspective. So I'll let her answer.
Before Kristen jumps in there, this is one of the, and actually I think Councilmember Fahrenbrook was on council when the city and county of Broomfield became a city and county. We were not administering Section 8 vouchers. That was the first year that the federal government in their NOFA, Notice of Funding Availability, said that in order to get more vouchers, you had to have been administering vouchers for a year. So the timing couldn't have been worse for the city and county of Broomfield. So actually after the courts, that was my first project, was to figure out how to get those to be qualified in order to be administering them. So those vouchers that we have, we partnered with Jefferson County and Boulder County for those initial vouchers. So we have never, City and County of Broomfield has not been an administrator of Section 8, which then precludes, again, you're relying on going through DOLA when they get the extras, right? So it's almost like a pass through. But as Mr. Casey had alluded to, it's really volume because they, rightly so, right? The funding from the feds pays for the space, but not for the administration of it. So I don't know what the break even piece is, but I do know by adding that other individual, and we've had conversations about transitioning that second employee that we repurposed, the omnibudsman, to the housing authority. And that's where Kristen can kind of pick it up from there.
Yes, thank you, Manager Hoffman. She knows it exactly. That's exactly how it works. And I would just say we have started having conversations about transitioning some, if not all, the vouchers to the housing authority, because that is traditionally a role that a housing authority plays in a community. It is a capacity issue as well as a funding issue. And so as we look at doing that, we might do it over a couple of years. So it's done successfully. But I think the key thing that we all agree to, it has to make sense to the public. We want to make sure that it's not too confusing, that people know where to go and how to get the vouchers, and that we have a really seamless transition if we were to do that. And there was also the mention of landlords. We have to have places to use the vouchers. And so that's a conversation we've been having, is how do we recruit landlords? How do we build our relationships with them to make them feel comfortable and confident in participating in this program and helping in this in this, the shared goal of housing opportunities in our community. And so we've been talking about potentially a landlord registry and trying just to get ourselves organized about where there are homes available that could use these vouchers. But that is something that we're looking at. I just wanted to add to your question. It is possible to do a locally funded voucher program. I came here from Boulder, and that is one of the last projects I worked on, was establishing a locally funded voucher program. It was funded with general fund dollars, and it was then administered by the Housing Authority. So we have the solution. We just have to figure out kind of the resourcing of how to make that happen.
Thank you. That was actually my next question was on the availability. Are we finding issues with landlords not accepting it? And I guess my question is, how do we incentivize them to do that? Isn't under my understanding that Boulder has a program by which they can help offset like security deposit damages type of thing?
Exactly. So that was part of the program that we established. We created the voucher fund, as well as it's a small set aside. I think we started out with $15,000 that's available to landlords that are participating in the program, that they can qualify for damages or, you know, those sorts of repairs that just come with the wear and tear generally, or something more challenging to correct. When I was there, we didn't have one landlord tap into that fund. And so it was really nice. And there's other conversations. Sharon and I have met with some other partners across the country that have similar programs that have created different ways to incentivize these types of programs. So as we go in this direction, we have a lot of communities to learn from that can help us figure out how to do it well and right.
Do we know how many landlords currently we have in Broomfield, and I mean, multifamily, single family, and which ones accept vouchers and which ones don't? Do we have a master list of that kind of thing, or?
We're all kind of looking at each other, but I'm going to pass it to my pal Sharon Tessier.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor, City Manager's Office, Sharon Tessier. So to answer your question, Councilmember Marsh-Holsham, no, we do not have a list. And what we want to do is to have that landlord registry. So we have that list. And that will take some time. We need to create some education and advocacy and some campaigning around that particular notion, because to add on to what Mr. Casey was saying, we lost some vouchers, and that is because people who want to move to Broomfield cannot find landlords that will rent to them. And I think that there's a lot of stigma busting that needs to happen, in addition to connections with certain other nonprofits who've worked in housing and noticed that the gap was finding those landlords and providing the necessary either funding or safety net for people who might be on Section 8. So there's very minimal risk for the landlord, and it's guaranteed income, but that's where Broomfield is right now. We are facing a landlord shortage for those who will accept Section 8. So anything, if you have ideas on how to pass that information, we'd be very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you. One final thing I had is an idea that I had come up with, and I'm sure other people have had the same idea, is if we as City Council were to pass some sort of registration that required every landlord of Broomfield to register with the city, pay a nominal registration annual fee, business license, whatever. And then if we could waive that fee if they would accept vouchers, it's kind of an idea that I had, but that would be up for my colleagues to, if we want to put that forward. So that's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Next, we have Councilmember Lim.
Yes, I had some specific questions about the programs that are moving forward. That was good news that we're looking at a partial property tax rebate program for income qualified seniors and IDG families. Do you expect that to be in place by the 2023 property assessments?
Yes.
Good. Okay, that's good. Because as we all know, those will be a little sticker shock.
Councilmember Lim, that's really what is driving I don't want to say sense of urgency. Again, we've been talking about it for over a year, but identifying where those funds are and then that kind of that back end prioritization. And so when the group was able to really kind of harness the power of what the direction is, instead of, again, being all things to all people, and owning the fact that we are unable to do that. I was going to say Councilmember Tessier, Housing Manager Tessier. It's not just keeping Broomfield in Broomfield, but it is again, it's diversifying that stock, and then prioritizing from the funds what we need to do first. And that property tax, it's really covering that gap from that jump that we're going to see. And so Sharon will be administering that, which is actually just super cool because Broomfield loves its seniors. And this is a really great opportunity for us to show that love. So sorry, Councilmember Lim, I'm really excited about that project. That is just something that
I
is
was
just,
hoping it was moving forward that
it
fast.
is.
That's good.
Yeah.
The other particular note on what the group is looking at refers to other adoption and implementation for ADUs. So my latest information is that we do not have very many ADUs in Broomfield. And we have a Ward 3 resident who did construct an ADU and who had very specific suggestions on how to streamline the process. So I just wanted to make sure that you were taking input from those who have gone through that construction and thought the process in Broomfield was a little cumbersome to go through that process. Yeah, I won't say their name in case they're not ready to have their name, but I think you know. Yes.
There's only one.
Yes. Yeah. So.
Yes, and we've spoken.
Good. The partnership with the Brothers Rehab nonprofit. Do you know if they will be looking at energy efficiency enhancements also? I was, particularly, of course, from the sustainability perspective, interested in, how we can use outside funding, because there's a significant amount of outside funding from the utilities even for energy efficiency in homes. So I was hoping that nonprofit would be doing that also.
Absolutely. We just had a conversation with Garrett and Kristen this afternoon about how we can partner with each other to create that sustainability piece because those are the two main things that we hear about is sustainability and housing. And, what good is a home if it's going to crumble in 30 years, right? So having homes that are going to be sustainable and have less financial burden on the renter as it's being built. So those are some of the things that we're looking at. We're looking at combining efforts, combining funding, combining grants. So we have our work cut out for us, and it's very exciting to see that there's many different sources of funding in order for us to partner to do that.
Great. That's great. Thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Henkel.
Thank you, Mayor. And these are great questions by fellow council members here. And thank you so much for your presentation, for everyone here tonight, and just the amount of work that has gone into this. And I'm so glad that we're discussing it. I know that there's nothing really to move on tonight other than just being, kept abreast of what's happening. I've enjoyed coming to some of the Housing Alliance meetings, and I'm sorry I couldn't make a few of those this summer, but I look forward to coming back in the fall. We have a few people that want to speak at those meetings, and I'll give you sort of a heads up on those coming up soon. I also serve on the Metro Area County Commissioners group, and we are really focusing on homelessness. And a lot of that deals with obviously housing. And so I'm looking forward to visiting Houston in September with some of our state legislators as well to figure out in Houston how they're prioritizing the homelessness issue and how they're attacking it. We know that there's not just one solution, there's many solutions, and that it's just an ongoing and learning process. I have about 2 questions. I just wanted to know, and I don't know who would know this, probably Dan Casey, you might know this. Do we know when our AMI will be reevaluated? I can't remember. I have a feeling it was supposed to be reevaluated this fall.
Thank you for the question, Member Henkel. I don't know the answer to that, but Kari and I will research that and get back to you.
Okay.
We just researched it.
So those are released every spring. And so they were released earlier this year and it will come out in, I think, March or April of next year.
Okay, so that's reevaluated every year. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
It's reevaluated by HUD. And so we are basically told what our AMIs are for the region.
Gotcha. Okay, great. Thank you, Kristen. Also, Ms. Heiser, I love seeing how we're attacking housing diversity, seniors. We're seeing some new builds. I'm seeing some condos in the mix, which is really great. Has there been any discussion with the Housing Alliance on buying up existing condos, for instance, in like Ward 4 or Ward 5? Are there any, talks about that in the Housing Alliance?
That has been raised by our board members as maybe one of the strategies that we pursue. I would offer that this fall, we're going to be looking at all of our programming and prioritizing how to best approach given our limited resources. But that is one that we have a particular board member who is interested in us exploring that further. And it'll be considered this fall. But happy to discuss it further if people, because I'd be interested to hear your ideas specifically about what that might look like to help inform that discussion.
Definitely. Yeah, because I see a lot of the projects are either new builds or they're in certain specific wards. And I would love to see even diversity of wards and where, we're basically supporting more affordable housing and what that plan looks like. And mainly too, it's just a way to sort of look towards the future, because we're not going to have all these infill projects all the time. We're going to build out at a certain point. I feel like we need to have some sort of plan right from the beginning where we are including and we have that ward equity in planning, our affordable housing. But I just please tell everyone and whoever's working on this as well behind the scenes on staff and our board members on the alliance. And I love that word too. It's not like you're just giving permission. An alliance means you're really building bridges, especially with the region, which is what I think is going to be a huge plus for Broomfield. So give everyone our personal thanks and our refugees thanks. They are excited about the future of affordable housing. A lot of them have like families of 9 and they're saying, I can't even fit into an apartment. And so they're paying $2,800 a month in rent. And that's not sustainable for a family whose father has died in the Kabul explosion. And there's only one breadwinner in the family right now that speaks English. So I really appreciate your guys' plan and everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council member questions or comments? Well, did I read that you guys were considering that Northmore property as an IDD housing? Because that is truly one of our underserved populations, and that's adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities. And I've met with these groups, and it just really is exciting to think that you guys are also meeting with these groups, because a lot of the adult caregivers of these adult children are aging, and they're not going to be able to take care of their developmentally and intellectually disabled children anymore. And there's no place for them.
Right. So thank you very much for bringing that up. Yes, that is on the table, and that is a priority for the board and for this particular project. In fact, the CHAFA, the Colorado Housing and Finance Authority small scale housing technical assistance grant we received specifically identified that as being appealing to them, that we were talking to Friends of Broomfield, Imagine, other organizations, Bal Swan, and just kind of the diverse population that they serve, and how there's an opportunity for us to kind of show how you can do this, how you can build independent living that's consumer guided, consumer driven, in a lovely community environment. So we had a really wonderful opportunity to meet with self-advocates at Friends of Broomfield, where they were able to share with us what they want to see in housing, what they want their apartments to look like. There was a lot of mention of pools. There's a real desire for a pool. I don't know if we'll be able to pull that off, but and then just Imagine's helping us with that as well. So it's an
Did they
exciting
tell you
opportunity.
about the community? It was Spruce something. Do you remember the name of it? And it
I
was
do.
a model for.
Blue Spruce?
Maybe Blue Spruce, that's
Yeah,
what it is.
and
That was
it's actually, there's a lot of, down in Ken Carl, there's a project, there's another one in Douglas County, there's one in Loveland. So it's really a priority population for a lot of income aligned efforts across the state. And CHAFA and DOH are very interested in bringing resources to help kind of solve for that issue.
Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you, Mayor. So this is housing conversation has come a long time in just the 5 years I've been on council. So I'm glad to see the mile marker where we are right now. One of the first things that I got to discuss when I was on council was the housing needs assessment. And that really kind of set out the goals and the metrics and the measurements in where we were, kind of a point in time. And I'm curious to see, are we using that as a basis to measure the work that we're doing and kind of have a timeline at which point we will be able to fill those gaps in that housing needs assessment?
I would offer that the housing needs assessment when BHA was getting started and our board was looking at how to prioritize our projects, we did reference the needs assessment. We did consider updating it this year, but was actually advised by our consultants that we have used to do the study a couple of years back, that the information just isn't there yet. The data is not current enough for it to really be meaningful. So the Housing Alliance is interested in working towards updating it in early 2023 to take advantage of the release of new information and data.
I guess I'm curious because I'm not so much interested in a new study that's necessarily going to sit on the shelf. I'm more interested in seeing how far we've come. And maybe that's in the updating that is with new numbers. But I'm curious to find out, if we were to say, here's the challenge that's before us with the housing needs assessment, at what point and at how much money is that going to cost to fill those gaps that are needed?
Yeah, sorry, I
No, that's
appreciate the further clarification. So yes, we are looking at the needs assessment. We are working the board and the team at the city and county. We are defining our metrics based on that needs assessment. We are not prepared to present those numbers tonight as to kind of what our baseline is and how we're going to, the scorecard that we're going to use as we move forward. But that is something that we are working with. I can specifically speak to the board that this fall they'll be looking at how to define our metrics so we can show our success.
Okay, great. I mean, that's exciting because I think that, we see communities all over talk about affordable housing, and it's kind of a large dartboard in which you're just throwing things to try to get something to stick. And I think that coming up with a comprehensive plan and coming up with a way in which we can say, here are the objectives and here's the timeline and here's the plan that we're going to be able to achieve, I think is something that's tangible and something that we can, get the community to support a full vision as opposed to just kind of a piecemeal approach. And Councilmember Henkel mentioned Houston, and I think that one of the things was that they talk about is very similar to Broomfield, and that they talk about that the housing program there is more than just provide safe and affordable homes, which Broomfield does as well, but they also offer programs to help with public housing residents like education, live healthier lives, and reach their economic goals. And I'm curious, this may be a question more for our city manager, Dan Casey. How does our library and our workforce departments partner with our housing partners?
Can I interject really quickly?
Of course.
Because that is a priority for our board. So every project that has come forward since we've started, that is the first question of our board members. What are the services that are going to be provided? And as we're looking at how we will evaluate projects that we participate in as a partner, that is one of our number one priorities, is that services are provided on site or through MOUs. So that is something that the Housing Alliance is very committed to building service enriched homes or communities. And so that's going back to my joke about having coffee. That's why I'm spending so much time and drinking so much coffee with our service agencies, is to really build those relationships. And just in a recent board meeting, we had a developer there that we immediately made a connection between them and Fish. And Fish is now working with them as they're talking about their leasing up plan. So I just wanted to share before we move into the human services and the rest of the city's efforts, and that is completely a priority for the Housing Alliance.
Councilmember Schaaf, I'll take the first part, Mr. Casey. It is through that lens of a comprehensive approach that over the last year, we will not move the needle if there is not a pipeline that's been established. So we're about 80% having the pieces to a bigger puzzle in place. We have 20% to go. If you were asking that question a year from now and we didn't have the answer, you could look at me and be concerned. We're not quite there on the pipeline. We need to get the fundamentals in place. It's going to drive, anytime we talk about resources, right? There's the finite pot of money and how you deploy those. And so the real focus and part of your previous question about updating the housing needs assessment. So when we initially heard that there's I think the number was 1,300. There was a 1,300 unit gap, but it was across the board in AMI, right? And so having the targeted approach, and so you have an impact based on several different elements that we had put in place, the cash in lieu being one of them. So what we do know is out of the 6,000 units that have been approved and coming online, 420 were deemed 60 to 80% of AMI. We can't target an AMI population until we have all of these other structures in place. So now that we have the structure in place, implementing not just an initiative, but what that pipeline looks like, we have to ensure that we do it methodically and intentionally so it's sustainable. So it serves well beyond this council, and it serves well beyond the staff that are here, except for, like Rachel King, who's going to be here for long after all of us leave. But again, the thought process is that continuous movement. So the structure is now in place, and I would be remiss, Mr. Casey, if I didn't mention Sharon Farrell. She couldn't be here tonight, but she has really been a stalwart. And I see Sharon Tessier shaking her head. She was moving forward on housing long before any of us knew that it was a true issue in Broomfield. So just want to give her a shout out. Also getting a text message that there isn't any staffing changes that are occurring until we have a much more deliberative conversation with the Housing Choice Voucher Program. So more to come, Councilmember Schaaf.
Awesome. Well, that's great. I mean, I think that when we look at the conversation around housing and affordability, there isn't just one ordinance. There's just not one program that's going to fix this whole thing. And I think that, looking at those different approaches through education, through economic vitality, all these different things are going to make an impact on it. Looking at the local minimum wage, these conversations are going to start to address this. And so it's complicated and it's complex, and yet at the same point, it's exciting.
And the fact that it's complicated and complex should give us all great hope for what's going to be created. Because if it wasn't complex, we should have already done it. And it's just so timely too, Councilmember Schaaf, on both of those comments. I just read that Denver is one of the only, I just sent this message actually to Jeff Romine in the Denver Business Journal. Going to $17 and above. It's the only city in the nation that is now implementing a $17 $17 and higher. I think a part of what makes it so complicated is not only reallocating funds with those prioritizations, but truly making fundamental data-driven decisions instead of anecdotal information. And so the team that we've established and created and the programs underneath that, underneath the umbrella, are all in alignment. So they're all working in the same direction. So we're not spending time trying to realign as we move forward. We were going to bring to you all tonight what our recommendation for the increase in the for the cash in lieu. Consultant came back, gave us a number on what we should be charging. Again, out of the gate, we had no sense of what that is. So anytime that you have an amount that is artificially low, that jump is it's tough to swallow. So we've taken a step back on that. We'll have a graduated introduction on what that amount is, but then understanding that those goalposts aren't going to move for these developers allow us to then have the conversations about how to distribute those funds, not only from a city county perspective, but what that looks like for the Broomfield Housing Alliance. So again, having those upfront conversations on having what that end goal looks like instead of chasing affordable housing units. So we've been there, we did that. Now we have that targeted approach.
That's all I have, Mayor.
Oh, right. Okay. Thank you. Well, you sparked another question for me. So do we have a total amount that we've collected since we passed the inclusionary housing ordinance in cash and lieu fees?
We do, Mr. Romine. This is the proper preparation payoff right here.
Thank you.
Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, or Mayor, City Council, City County Manager. I'm Jeff Romine, Director of Economic Vitality, amongst other titles. So right now, based upon what we understand, we believe we're going to have $9.8 million, both having been paid and what is coming in based upon the projects that we see in the pipeline that are real. Obviously, some things adjust and move around, so I'm not guaranteeing that we're going to get $9.8 million, but that is what our perceived level is. And as City Manager Hoffman and as Rachel King have already pointed out, we'll be bringing in a study session in September, at September 20th, an update both on the program as a whole, but also what we think the direction should be and some of the policy and changes that we have coming forward. And just to affirm what was just talked about also with Councilmember Shaft, we do work with both the housing team and the economic business development team works with our workforce team on a regular basis. We meet with them probably weekly and more often because one of the challenges that Manager Hoffman gave Dan Casey and I, along with Chris Dewhurst and workforce and a few other people, was we have to start bringing all this together. That challenge was given to us back in 2019 or early 2020. And this is what we've been trying to do, is bring all of those kinds of programs together at the same time. So I think those are just kind of the wrap up, but Chris is an important part of this conversation and team because we recognize all of this does fit together. It's not that you must have a job to have secure housing, but at the same time, those things oftentimes do come together. So
certainly, yes. So the 9.8 million in commitments and actual, is that including the 3 million that we've allocated to the Housing
Yes.
Alliance?
So we have spent roughly of that 9.8 million, and again, we'll give you these specific dates or amounts, but we've committed or spent 5.8 million of that. So we'll bring all of that forward. And that's part of what we're talking about. We hope in November, we've tentatively scheduled is when we'll bring the senior and IDD tax rebate program forward for council consideration of that program, because obviously that's something that you would need to adopt also.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Romine.
My pleasure.
Anyone else? Any new stuff come up? All right. Well, I appreciate the update and all of your hard work, and everybody who's not here too. Thank you. Thank you. Pass it on. And we're excited for the future. Thank you. I think we should take our break. It's 8:08, so we'll take a 10-minute break and come back at 8:18 for the final item. Hang on. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you so much for staying with us. Our final item under council business this evening is council's consideration on first reading of ordinance number 2181, amending the Broomfield Code related to regulation of marijuana establishments. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I'll ask our staff to summarize.
Thank you, Mayor. Nancy Rogers, City and County Attorney. With me this evening is Joel Heine, Assistant City and County Attorney, and also a partner in this project, Crystal Clemens, our interim City and County Clerk. We also work closely with Jeff Romine, who's the head of the Marijuana Selection Committee that helps us in the licensing process. We also have multiple partners in public health and in police and in planning who we said didn't have to come today, but some of them are listening in. So we're very excited to bring to you some amendments to the marijuana licensing code. This was passed by council back in March of 2021. Then it was amended in January of 2022 to address an affiliated applications issue that came up in the first licensing group. On February 22nd, 2022, the lottery for the first licensing group was issued, and that started the process for our 3 licensees who right now all have received their conditional licenses approval from the states. 2 have finished their submission process with ComDev. 3 alternates were in the process as well for the lottery, just in case the 3 selected were not able to get their conditional licenses. So those alternates, 1 had already dropped out, and those alternates are probably going to move on and out of Broomfield, and our 3 licensees hopefully will be operating soon. Having gone through that licensing process, the staff that was involved in marijuana business licensing saw a need for some edits in the code. We also had received feedback from council members about edits they wanted to see in the code, which sort of was the reason we wanted to bring some edits to council. We came to council for a study session on June 21st, 2022 to let you know what staff was thinking, to also get a lot of your feedback about the changes you wanted to see in the code. And I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Heine, and he'll summarize the amendments that are in this ordinance for you this evening.
All right, thank you, Mayor and Council. If we could go to the next slide, please. So we can break down these changes into several large categories. The first category being clarifying the city clerk's roles and duties, and specifically in distinguishing those roles from those of the city manager. There were several application and submission issues that came up, including a request to include a page limit on the number on the applications, and then removing provisions that don't actually apply for the applicant, the application procedure. And then finally, removing redundancies and references to initial applications now that that is moot. Finally, there is removal of the 1-year gap between the first and second round of licenses. Next slide, please. We had a couple of operational issues that we had discussed during the study session. And after feedback from council, there is an addition of a strong preference that marijuana products not be stored on the sales floor when the business is closed, and removing prohibition on green crosses. And then finally, clarifying in the code that an ID check is required twice, once upon entry to the business and a second time upon purchase of product. There are a category of changes that are simply clarifications and code cleanup, just removing redundancies, errors, or citations that needed to be updated. Location, again, something that was discussed at the study session, removing 2 of the prohibitions that were in the code. The first being the 1 establishment per street rule, and the second being the removing of the 250-foot residential setback. And then finally, as discussed in the study session, increasing the total number of available licenses from 5 to 6. If we go to the next slide, the next 4 slides I have for you are maps. This first map is status quo. This is what the code as now would reflect, assuming that all 3 of our licensees do get their final licenses and begin in business. The yellow flags or the yellow highlighting are the addresses pointing to the location of those 3 licensees that are in the process of getting their licenses right now. Red properties indicate properties that would remain eligible to be licensed. If we go to the next slide, this is just a zoomed in view of the corner of the city where the 3 licenses are, or where the 3 applicants are at this point. This does include the 1,000-foot buffer around each business location. Just to give you an idea, I mean, you can see along Midway, 1 location, and then a red property to the east. That property is just outside the 1,000-foot buffer. If we could move to the next slide. This is a map should City Council just remove the limitation of 1 per street. So this map does keep the residential setbacks, keeps the 1,000-foot buffer or setback around each licensed business, but removes the prohibition on only 1 business per named street. And if we can move to the next slide, this final map is as proposed in this ordinance, removing both the 1 per street rule and removing the 250-foot residential setback. All right, and with that, we will ask if there are any questions about these proposed changes.
Thank you, Mr. Heine, but we'll first go to public comments. We'll start with in-person public comment, and if there's anyone who would like to be heard, please come to the podium and state your name and neighborhood for the record. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes.
Good evening, Council. My name is Brandon Banks. I was one of the principals of Fireplace Broomfield and one of the alternates chosen in the last process. My business address at that time was 195 Commerce Street in Broomfield. Just a bit of background, I'm a qualified social equity applicant with the state of Colorado, also a board member of the Minority Cannabis Business Association. I've been involved in dozens of cannabis businesses in Colorado and elsewhere over the last 11 years. I have seen various different municipalities craft application processes throughout that time. I do want to give kudos to Broomfield City Council. You guys have been thoughtful and intentional on how you guys throughout the last year and a half crafted this ordinance, clearly understand the importance of getting this kind of thing right and all of the sensitivities therein. Broomfield, like many other towns and cities before it, you guys were hit with some lawsuits around this, and I understand that. You know, you guys have gotten past that. If you choose to start a new process over again, unfortunately, I do think that some disgruntled actors out there will continue to sue, which isn't in anybody's best interest. I'm kind of urging you to avoid that fate simply by inserting a line into the new ordinance that gives us, the alternates, the opportunity to be first in line for new licensure. Council repeatedly expressed during the crafting of the ordinance, local and diverse ownership was important. Ultimately, the way it shook out, some large out-of-state owned groups such as LiveWell were granted license in the last round, while local and diversely groups were left behind. Honestly, by sheer fate and luck, the other alternate applicant, who also happens to be a Broomfield resident, along with 2 members of the ownership group of my team. Of course, I'm a little bit biased, but I do think by removing or allowing us to proceed as alternates and being first in line in the process, you guys are uniquely positioned to have the business aligned with the council's alignment of wanting diversely, locally owned businesses. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else in person like to comment?
Hi, my name is Michelle Burdick, and I live in Greenway Park, which is not that far from all 3 of the businesses that are being proposed to be already opening. I'm pretty much against any new marijuana businesses in this area. One thing is that I have just recently heard that we are number 4 in fentanyl deaths here in Colorado. And I don't think that's what we want to be known for. And I think that any kind of increase in marijuana shops is not going to help any kind of addictive behavior trends in this state. I also have talked with someone that lives in my area that had 2 family members that were real estate agents. And because pot shops are not legal federally, they're always trying to figure out what to do with their cash. And I was told by that person in my neighborhood that their family members had seen a lot of cash offers for housing by people who are owners of pot shops in order to launder the money and then eventually wind up with being able to sell the property and then actually be able to have a legal transaction. They could actually put the money in the bank. Okay, so please research that for yourselves to find out if that is true and whether or not you are actually, by increasing the possibility for more marijuana shops, just exacerbating the existing housing problem that we already have in this state and in this area. Imagine if you're a first-time home buyer. I have a friend who is 45 and she can still not buy a home because she would be beaten out by people with cash offers when she just has enough to make the down payment. So please realize that some of the decisions you're making have a lot of unintended consequences. I would really just like to see our community in general moving in the other direction as far as not encouraging addictive behaviors. I don't like the setback being removed either. I think that just makes it more likely for kids to get access. So that would be the big concern I have, is for the young people to not be developing an addictive behavior from an early age. That's all.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to comment in person? No, so then we're going to go on to our online callers. We'll start with, and I do thank you for your patience, Scott Carter, you have 3 minutes.
All right. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Thank you for your time and attention tonight to listen to our concerns of your constituents. I'm a Broomfield resident. I'm a homeowner. I'm a taxpayer. I'm a veteran, and I'm a recreational cannabis user. I'm a strong proponent of supporting my neighbors, choosing to spend my money at a variety of local owned and local operated businesses within our community whenever I can. I see the benefits of keeping local dollars local. Since moving here over 2 years ago, I have not been able to do that with cannabis. Since Ordinance 2149 was approved last March, there's still not a local dispensary in operation within the city and county of Broomfield. And as a resident, I want my schools, I want my parks, I want my services and infrastructure to be the beneficiaries of those tax dollars. Today, I drive to neighboring communities to buy my cannabis, and that normally will include a stop to other non-local businesses, restaurants or grocery stores or other places. And these are dollars that are not benefiting Broomfield. I'm kind of concerned with the Ordinance 2181 being introduced right now for a number of reasons. I don't see the need, I believe as the attorney there just mentioned, of going through another year or longer process of applications if you already have previously vetted and qualified applicants as alternates or whatever was referenced there, but not to mention the city's time and energy. Every day, month, week, you go through this process again is tax dollars that are not getting into Broomfield's coffers. As a cannabis user, I also, like a variety of choices. I can best equate this to non-users of having 6 McDonald's as options in your community versus having a local Mexican cafe, a small local deli, a small pizza brew house, Italian restaurant, a small local coffee pastry shop. It's pretty easy choices, right? And as you look at applicants, I hope you take into your constituents and other cannabis users' preferences into account. Like, I want to know that I'm buying from local small business owners and operators. I want to know that equity, diversity, and inclusion factors are supported. I want to know that they support veterans, minorities, and give back to their local communities. So thank you again for your time and consideration this evening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Carter. Next, we have Lance Perryman. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Broomfield City Council staff members. My name is Lance Perryman. I live in the Highlands, Anthem Highlands neighborhood. I'm a proud Gulf War veteran. I am a small business minority owner, and I too am one of the applicants that is an alternate. There's only 2 of us left. The third one had dropped out. I think it makes a lot of sense and saves a lot of taxpayer money if those alternates would be considered for 2 of those 3 licenses. We spent hundreds of thousands of dollars in engineering costs, security costs, leases, extensions on leases, lawsuits. This process has been very, very difficult. And we've, the 2 remaining alternates are both Broomfield residents, and it seems like it makes a lot of sense. And I would hope you consider that, and thank you in advance for that consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Perryman. Does that conclude your comments? Okay, he's gone. Next, we have Patrick Dennis. You have 3 minutes, Mr. Dennis.
Hi, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
First of all, thank you, Mayor, City Council, for hearing me. I am a U.S. Army veteran. I served in Desert Storm. I've lived in Broomfield since 2001, and I am a daily cannabis user, not only recreationally, but for medical purposes as well. I'm here tonight to urge City Council to not waste valuable city resources and time by having alternates start a whole new licensing process over again. As an avid cannabis user, I've kept up closely with the whole licensing process. And it was incredibly frustrated on how long it took to complete and get these businesses up and running. I initially saw that council was considering overturning the dispensary ban back in 2020 and was super excited that my long drives to Boulder and or Denver and surrounding cities would be a thing of the past. I think it's utterly ridiculous that any community bans dispensaries, and was incredibly proud of the city council for overturning an outdated ban. I hate giving my tax dollars to a wealthy city like Boulder, but due to the delays and all of this licensing, I am still having to shop up there today. The current 3 stores have barely broken ground, and it's clear that the city of Broomfield will need way more than 3 stores to serve the many residents here. It's imperative that we issue these licenses as soon as possible, and I urge you to do whatever necessary to expedite this process. I saw that in the last round, there were 10 fully qualified applicants ready to open their doors, and I think the gentleman that just hung up the phone was one of them, which they never got the green light from City Council. Wasting our taxpayers' money on new drawn-out processes with all these businesses that are ready to open and start generating the desperately needed tax revenue is like a slap in the face to the residents of Broomfield and makes no sense whatsoever. Every month we spend on this is a month of lost tax revenue that we desperately need for our school systems and local infrastructure. I am not sure who is pushing for a whole new process or why, but I strongly suggest that we move forward with the previously vetted candidates instead of having them start a whole new expensive process all over again. And thank you for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Dennis. Next, we have Triana Jemison. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Triana Jemison, and I'm an owner of Fireplace Broomfield, which is one of the alternate applicants chosen in the previous dispensary licensing process. I've lived in Broomfield for most of my life and currently reside in Anthem community with my husband and 2 children who will ultimately go to Legacy High School, and those tax dollars are needed to continue to fund all of the sports and the school. My husband and I dreamt of owning and operating a business right in our backyard. So when the city of Broomfield decided to issue dispensary licenses a few years after we settled down here, it felt like the stars were aligned and we would finally see our dream come to fruition. We immediately began the long and tough process of finding an appropriate site and subsequently preparing all necessary application materials, which ultimately totaled over 300 pages in length. The process demanded virtually all of our attention from the time we started in March of 2021 to the lottery drawn, which took place in February of 2022, just shy of a year later. So you can imagine our disappointment when our application was not selected as one of the top 3 in the initial licensing lottery. Despite the disappointment, however, a glimmer of hope was kept alive by the fact that our group was one of the alternates selected, which gave us hope of achieving our dream of operating a locally owned business here in Broomfield. Since then, we have been eagerly waiting our next steps, so you can imagine our excitement when we heard that City Council were gearing up to issue additional licenses. Unfortunately, that excitement was short-lived when the staff released the draft in front of you today, which does not acknowledge our position at all, and instead poses an entirely new process from scratch. I am very much hoping that this is just a simple clerical error rather than an intentional move to skip over us. I'm requesting that the issue is rectified by adding a 1-sentence provision giving the previously selected alternates the first rights of licensor. Thank you for your time and consideration for this matter.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Jared Jemison.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Gerard Jemison. I am also a veteran and one of the owners of Fireplace Broomfield, which is one of the alternate applicants chosen in the previous dispensary licensing lottery process. I live in Anthem Reserve community in Broomfield with my wife, you guys just talked to, Triana. And I would like to reiterate that we are committed to not only raising our family here in Broomfield, but also building the community here as well. I believe having a business owner who lives in the community in which their business resides is incredibly important in any industry. And more importantly, as referenced in our application, we will prioritize our personal neighbors and the residents of Broomfield when it comes to our hiring process. In your original discussion, City Council repeatedly stated the importance of local and diverse ownership. Now, due to the nature of random selection process, the 2 groups that were truly locally owned were not one of the first 3 applicants selected. Fortunately, both were selected as alternates, but now the current ordinance proposes that our position as alternates becomes obsolete. Please insert language that protects the position of the alternates rather than putting us back into the same pile of dozens of new applicants. As my wife stated, we spent a full year and a considerable portion of our life savings on this original application. Please do not arbitrarily send us back to the starting line. We have a clear solution right in front of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes the public comment online. Let me get back to our place. Questions from City Council are next. Members should limit themselves to questions during this portion, and the time to introduce amendments and state positions for or against this item is later. Are there any questions from Council? Councilmember Marshall.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to start off by saying, in full disclosure, that even though council members do not pick who gets the licenses, I did receive campaign contributions from 2 different dispensary companies, neither of which were picked. One did not advance the lottery, the other one was not selected. So just in full disclosure. Question on the comments presented by many of the callers on the alternates. Given that we are not picking the licensees and that's left to staff, how does that work if we were to amend the code to give preference to the alternates?
Thank you for that question, Councilmember Marshall. I do want to reiterate your first point. Council sets the licensing code, is actually the clerk working with the selection committee that will be the body for the city that issues the license. The way to address an alternate issues, and you'll recall we touched on this briefly during the study session, would be to put a provision in the code that said, if at the time a license becomes available, there are vetted, merit approved alternates within the system that are still interested in the license, those alternates will get the license. I mean, we have a situation right now where we have 2 available license, unless it changes to 3 tonight, and 2 alternates. So the numbering works. In the future, we'd have to think about that situation when we have more alternates than we do available license. But that would be how council could put a provision like that in the code.
And on that same subject, one of the questions that came up during the study session was the diversity of location. And my understanding was that the alternate locations, as they currently proposed in their applications, all 5 of those locations would be in the same geographic area. Is that correct?
You want to get that one?
That would be correct. The 4th location would be essentially within the triangle of the 3 that currently are licensed. The 5th would have been a little bit further to the east, essentially in front of the Walmart on 120th.
So given that, if we wanted to put something in the code that allowed the alternates to get a license if they're available, could we also do that only on the condition that they move to a different location? Does that make sense? Like, I mean, we need, I mean, right now you look at the map and all 3 of them are basically within the same, walkable from each other. And we need, that means that the customers, residents up north are going to go to Lafayette or wherever anyway. So we really need more spread out throughout the city. Could we, I mean, you understand what I'm asking?
Yes, I do. And the concern on that is you're talking about making a land restriction specific to these 2 applicants. My suggested course of action would be if council were to add a provision that said alternates in the queue, generally, if available, can get available licenses, then to write a general location requirement that would say, nowhere, we already have 1,000-foot buffer, we'd have to increase that buffer. Or, one of the options that we had discussed with council is saying all future licenses must be north of, what were we talking about? Like 136. So that would then force those applicants to have to find a location if they could within a certain period to be able to get that conditional license.
Could we alternatively, could we, if we have 3 more licenses available, theoretically, if we increase them to 6, could we allow for the process to be expedited for those who've already gone through the process? Rather than have to go through lengthy,
I think it will be naturally because the application materials would have been updated, but Jeff Romine and the selection committee team, for those that are returning to the selection committee, will remember going through those applications. So that's already a time saver. As far as the expediency, we've already discussed it with Ms. Clemens about a timeline, and we would be ready to start this application process October 3rd with the hope that the conditional licenses be issued for first quarter 2023, and then the businesses can get to the business of going to ComDev and opening. So we're trying to work on an expedited timeline or a faster timeline in response to the feedback that this has taken a long time.
And just for clarification for the callers and the comments, this process for the new applications will have no impact on the current 3 that are currently set to open. Those are still going to open within however long it takes.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Now, there was a caller that didn't press star 3 after they dropped off. So I'm going to go back to this online caller. And Don Wiley, you have the floor and you have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much. Some way I got dropped out of the queue and I don't know what happened, but above my pay grade, I guess. Anyway, thank you, city council members, for allowing these public comments. I really appreciate it. And I've been a 22-year homeowner in Broomfield in Ward 3, and I'm a Vietnam veteran. And I'm concerned and don't want to see precious tax dollars, resources, and city staff wasting time on another year-long application process. I want, as much as anyone, to have more revenue for schools, infrastructure, other items immediately. Every month spent scoring and processing new applications is a month of lost tax revenue and a waste of taxpayer money. Any fees generated from application will be more than offset by lost taxes. And I do want to know that we are supporting our local businesses. I would like to see more access to a variety of dispensary experiences, products, and currently driving to other community to make purchase removes our tax dollars. And request the city council not trying to reinvent the wheel. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wiley. We're back to council questions. Who's next? Councilmember Schaaf.
Thank you, Mayor. So thanks to Councilmember Marsh Holsham for asking the first question regarding the alternates. The question I had was about the lottery process. This was one that didn't have enough support from the majority of council members out of the study session to make a change on first reading. I'm curious with the lottery process. This was one in which provided some complications as applications went through the process. And I'm curious to get staff's opinion on what it would look like if this was not included. If we were to remove that lottery process, what would the process look like, and how could that enhance the application process, both in timeline as well as potential applicants?
Thank you, Councilmember Schaaf. If the lottery process would be removed, the process up to that point actually looks very similar. We would still go with a submission to the clerk's office, a completeness review, making sure all the components of the application are there. That completed application gets forwarded to the selection committee, who meets to determine, to do a merit review to see if they think these would be good operators in Broomfield based on the criteria in the code. And this is where it would diverge. Now, the selection committee sends a list of who meets merit back to the clerk, who conducts the lottery. And I think the time between the selection committee's decision and the clerk's lottery was about 30 days, maybe less than that, but I'll get my colleagues to confirm. Without the lottery, the selection committee, after they made their merit determination, then they would decide who is the best and the second and the third, or however many licenses that we have. And then they would send that list to the clerk to say, ABC is the first licensee, XYZ is the second, JFK is the third. And then the clerk would go ahead and start the conditional license process with those three.
Okay. And with those applications, those are all scored according to some type of rubric, is that correct?
No. The way the code is written right now, this is a part that we took from Longmont, it's a totality of the circumstances. And there's a section in the code that lists out a number of factors that the selection committee is supposed to consider when they look at an application. Nothing is weighted higher or greater. Rather, the selection committee's charge, and I believe this is in subsection C in that section, says, looking at the totality of the circumstances and considering what's best for Broomfield, the selection committee is supposed to look at who would be the best operators here.
Okay, so with that merit process, is there too much subjective reasoning that occurs for that selection committee that could potential lead to greater liability for the city and county Broomfield? Whereas if we had some type of rubric that would add a little bit more kind of specifics, quantifiable information, that would kind of stem some of those that liability that could exist.
Unfortunately, we've seen it both ways. If I can piggyback on Mr. Banks's comment, we've seen lawsuits on on a number matrix when the numbers are set saying I should have gotten a 5 instead of a 3. We've seen lawsuits on just a merit selection committee when it's based on totality. We do think that this process, as it's already in the code, as Longmont has and other communities have, is defensible. And actually it is, we feel very strong about our position in our current pending case where somebody is challenging the merit determination. So I think a more direct way to answer your question, there's risk on both sides for lawsuits. When we're in this space, litigation is very commonplace on licensing because the licenses are so valuable.
Okay. With the lottery system, I think that one of the possibilities that I would like to see is that the best applicants, were the ones that came into Broomfield. I mean, that's what we would want. Is there a way to kind of bifurcate that instead of just all applicants that meet the certain criteria get into the lottery? Is there a way to just take the, top 50% or something like that then go into the lottery? Is there a way to kind of get the best applicants, or is it just purely those applicants that meet the application criteria?
We could council could direct us to work on an amendment that would say the selection committee needs to only consider so many applicants. But I think, and I don't want to speak out of turn for Mr. Romine and the selection committee's work, I believe that's what happened here. We received 26, and Ms. Clemens, correct me if I'm wrong, or Joel, 26 applicants that they took many hours to go through each one, and their vetting system and their meetings were pretty detailed. It involved sustainability planning, police, economic vitality, legal was an advisory. They really did look at everything, and I do believe that they did pick the best applicants, and those were the ones that were meritorious and went to the lottery. I think it would be hard and maybe splitting hairs to say, do one more cut between that time. 10 of 14. Okay, 10 of 14 one. Oh, 10 of 14 advanced too. So 26 applications were received. 14 went. Yes, 26 applications were received. Thank you. After the duplication, when we said you can only have one application, so that got us down to 14, 10 were deemed meritorious and went forward to the lottery.
I appreciate that information. Thank you so much. That's all I have, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Lindstedt.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have one question to clarify for the record. I think I know the answer to this question, but I just think we need to make sure that the record's right. When we passed our regulations last time, our intention was to have 2 entirely separate processes, correct?
Yes.
Great, thank you. That's all I had.
Thank you, Councilmember. Anyone else? Questions from council? No, okay. Didn't want to miss anybody. Well, then next is council's consideration of proposed ordinance number 2181. Will the clerk please read proposed ordinance number 2181 by title?
Ordinance number 2181, amending certain sections of chapter 5-42 of the Broomfield Municipal Code related to regulating marijuana establishments within the city and county of Broomfield.
Is there a motion? Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Lindstedt.
So moved, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Cohen. All right. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you. I just want to propose an amendment to retain the residential setback of 250 feet.
Is there a second? Councilmember Lim.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for retaining the can someone put the slide up for you?
We will. Jacob's slide
Okay.
2 on that one.
Thank
There it
you,
is.
magic. All right, is there any discussion? Councilmember Schaaf.
Thank you, Mayor. So this is one that I recall quite a bit of conversation that we had with council is regarding the residential setbacks. And I think that when council passed this, that this was one of those compromises that was made. And the idea that we could get more support for this, kind of ordinance in general was with the residential setback. So this is one in which I support.
Thank you. Marshall Olson, council member.
Thank you, Mayor. I oppose this amendment. The 250 setback is directly impacting the ability to have diversity of location because it limits the locations that we have open to marijuana shops. There are other ways that we could address this if we need to. We already have the 1,000-foot buffer between stores. So I do not believe this is necessary or needed. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lindstedt.
Thank you, Mayor. Our intention when we passed the regulations last time was to have stores in the northern part of town as well as the southern part of town. And because of this setback, it has led to us only having stores in the southern part of town in this entire process, from those that were selected to those that were put on the backup on the wait list. So we need to fix the setbacks. We messed up. I don't think our regulations met I don't think our land use regulations met the intention of this council to allow folks from any part of town to be able to visit one of these stores. As the proposal currently stands, we'll still have our residents to the north in Anthem go to Lafayette for dispensaries. So I think that the setbacks needs to be adjusted because we fell short of ensuring there was diversity of locations, and we're just going to have one part of town with a cluster of 5 or 6 licenses if we don't fix the setbacks. So I would encourage my colleagues to vote no on this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cohen.
I would just quickly reiterate what the 2 previous council members have said in terms of being able to locate stores throughout the community. I also wanted just to address, I think the 250 setback idea continues the stigma attached to marijuana and dispensaries in the community, suggests there's some danger associated with them, when in fact, after 8 years of experience with the marijuana, I think we can say that they are quite safe, well-secured, clean, well-maintained businesses that contribute to the community. And that the stigma really isn't deserved. I think we can say that these businesses are needed, as we heard from the speakers. There are people who need it for medicinal reasons and other reasons and should have easy access to that. And so I think we can say that. I would also wanted to address really quickly, there was a speaker who talked very passionately about the fentanyl issue, but I think we need to clarify that there really isn't a connection with marijuana and dispensaries and fentanyl. Fentanyl is found in anything that's found on the street that's been sold illegally. You'll find it in Adderall and OxyContin and opioids that are sold on the street illegally. That's the biggest threat in the community to the fentanyl problem in our community, and really shouldn't be connected to the legal marijuana business. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Lim.
Yes. The foundation of my support for this amendment was made in a statement by the Broomfield Police Detective Billy Joe Naismith at the 6/21/22 study session that we just had. Detective Naismith, who identified herself as formerly working with the Marijuana Enforcement Division, stated, there is, quote, a high volume of very large scale and very damaging burglaries that are very possible and likely with marijuana businesses. And we just don't see those with local or tobacco establishments, end quote. So as stated by the Broomfield Police, there is a difference in public safety near marijuana establishments as opposed to some other businesses. And that constitutes my reason in support of public safety to amend the proposed changes to the marijuana ordinance with including the 250-foot setback. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Henkel.
Thank you, Mayor. I would not support this, and I would encourage my fellow city council members to also not support this setback. While I do hear Councilmember Lim's statement on, higher crime or whatnot, that has nothing to do with setbacks from residential areas. And I think a lot of that crime should be fought at the federal level. So we have a lot of states that don't make sure that the marijuana is legalized. That's a problem. We also have a cash only business. So that's more of a federal problem. And I don't think that keeping 250 feet away from any residentially zoned areas is a solution to that problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. Like my colleagues before me, I do urge my fellow other colleagues to not support this amendment. And just to add on to what they've said, we do not require a setback for liquor stores to residential areas, and alcohol is, in my opinion, just as potentially damaging as abuse of marijuana substances as any other substance that's not naturally made in the body. So I don't really see the need to have a 250-foot setback for marijuana when every other legal substance doesn't have that same setback.
Thank you. Any other council member discussion? Oh, Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you. And I appreciate the comments from Councilmember Chef and Councilmember Lim, thinking about the safety issues. And we did have this very in-depth discussion back when we were putting these in place last year, and this was a compromise. And now here we are moving away from it. I just want to point out, if you study the maps and you look at the current map and the map with the 250-foot setback for residential removed and taking that it's not that great of a barrier, just a little safety barrier there between the residents and these businesses. These are the properties that you now, this is the majority of the property that's put into place. The Safeway building on 144th and that strip mall was already included. There's one small property on 136th, and then you have Baseline, which is not likely going into Baseline. The Northwest Parkway Authority building, which is not going there. I don't think they're changing the use on Lena Drive. And Highway 7, it's all new development being built for the use by the developers that they're intending it for. And a ton of it is not yet built. It's not a highly likely place. So the removal of the residential setback is not going to lead to, not likely to lead to a store up on the north part where everybody is so focused on getting one. So, but yet you take away that residential barrier, a safety, that 250-foot barrier. That's just my thought on it. Take a look at the map.
Thank you. Any other council member comments? All right, well, let's vote on the amendment. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Leslie,
Yes.
Lim,
Yes.
Lindstedt,
No.
Marsh Holshin,
No.
Schaff,
Yes.
Ward,
No.
Anderson,
Yes.
Cohen,
No.
Hinkle,
No.
That fails 4-5. All right. Moving on to the next discussion. Councilmember Marsh Holshin.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to offer an amendment to Brimfield Municipal Code 542-150 to add criteria to the selection committee process for geographic diversity and a focus on minority ownership, locally owned and small businesses.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
I didn't see a hand. Did you? Okay, thanks. We have a
I
motion
have to
and a
wait to get your
second.
attention over here. Second.
Thanks, darling.
Jake, could you put up slide 3 on that one? Thank you. Oh, Mayor, if I could for a second.
Sure.
This is that section of the code with the criteria that we were listing. There's other criteria in that section if you want to pull up your ordinance, but staff would suggest that we would add these criteria, and we ran this language by Councilmember Marshall, but I want to make sure you're good with it as well, to add it to section 6, the diversity of, so the selection committee would take this into account and when they're reviewing the applications, the diversity of retail choices the applicant would bring to the city, sorry, that should say the applicant, to include the geographic diversity of the proposed location as compared to other licensed marijuana establishments. And then to add in diversity of ownership of marijuana industry license or permits, including consideration of minority-owned businesses, local small business ownership of any active licenses or establishments in the US. And then in C, this is really the big provision that explains the charge. We would add that the selection committee looks at the makes an evaluation based on the multi-factor balancing test, considering the totality of the circumstances and with a focus on promoting equitable ownership and employment opportunities in the marijuana industry in Broomfield for minority-owned, locally owned businesses and small business owners.
Thank you, Ms. Rogers.
Great, thank you.
All right. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Schaaf?
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm curious, with changing some of this evaluation criteria, would this, I mean, if we were to look at the possibility of having the alternates rise to the top and considering those first, would this effectively restart that application process since we are changing the criteria? Or how does this impact those potential alternates?
Whether this changes or not, the applicants would have to resubmit for the second round of licensing process. So, but in that process, the information that we heard today, we have to tweak the application a bit to get these data points. And again, it would be a factor. It's not a preference. There's some legal limitations with making it a numerical preference, but it would be a factor that the selection committee can consider. And one of the things I want to consider, and again, Mr. Romine, I don't want to speak out of turn about the selection committee. I do think this was a consideration, even though it wasn't as specifically stated. Although I from a staff perspective, we support this amendment. Our current 3 selected licenses include a minority business owner and a locally owned operator as well.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other Councilmember Lim?
Yes, I'm interested. How would the committee in practicality see the process going forward? Would they still make the decision of the totality of circumstances and say, this is the pool of qualified applicants, and then apply the focus on those criteria? And then I guess there'd be a question, because I know what else other amendment is coming. I guess there's a question of, is there a difference in how that focus is applied based on whether or not there is a lottery?
Thank you for that question, Councilmember Lim, and Mr. Romine, please jump in. It's a much more fluid process than that. So the way this is written is that focus is part of the general totality of the circumstances. There's other criteria that are listed that aren't on the screen that include a commitment to Broomfield, a history in Broomfield. So they have some sort of arguably, if you will, vague, very subjective criteria to also take into account. It really is that whole picture and looking at that whole application and saying, is this the best operator for Broomfield at this time? And now also given the charge to make sure they're looking at equity issues when it comes to minority-owned businesses and smaller businesses. I know that connection to Broomfield is already a criteria, so that's where we already had some of the local connection as well. So I think it's just a very challenging charge for the thunder snuck up on me. And I startle easily. I'll turn it over to Mr. Romine, but I know they spent a lot of time talking about this type of process. Thank you, sir.
Now I have another nickname. No, I'm just kidding. So Jeff Romine, Economic Vitality. The one thing that the ordinance, I just want to reiterate to you all that the way that the ordinance is written, it requires the selection committee to consider each applicant independent of all others. So it was never a comparison. So we had to, according to the way the ordinance was written and the direction you provided us through that ordinance, we did not evaluate against another applicant. And so therefore there was not that type of, well, this one's more local or not. That said, some of the criteria that was provided within the ordinance as it currently exists did ask for local consideration related to how it interacts with neighbors, handling complaints and things like that. So some of that local orientation that perhaps you're referencing came through that community involvement, community connection aspect of the previous criteria. So it wasn't completely identified, more or less. We didn't say who's local, who's not, and therefore evaluate it that way because we couldn't. We had to look at them individually, if that answers the question.
Which gets to your second question. If we remove the lottery, how does that come into play? That prohibition on comparing applicants goes away, because the selection committee will have to select the winner or the recipients and the non-recipients. And I think in this type of totality discussion, it is sort of looking and saying, wow, these two are really equal. This has a strong Broomfield connection. This is a new operator. This is a minority business owner, but they're a large operator that has no connections to Broomfield. So I think they're going to have to weigh all those. But without the lottery, they would now cross compare those applications.
Thank you. Anyone else on this amendment? Anderson, council member.
Thank you. So I have a question on this one. It goes back to that looking at the map and the diversity of locations. If you really want to get north of 136, there just simply isn't. It's residential, it's new development, areas that just are not going to have marijuana. So if somebody were to find a little spot, that would be that one's got geographic diversity. But where does that fall into play when you're looking at the minority owned and locally owned, which one takes priority? Because it's like, why try to find one little teensy spot and say that's going to be it when you've got looks like we got some great minority owned applicants. Which really takes who decides which one's prioritized?
The selection committee does, but that's the reason we didn't want to assign a number or give it a specific preference, because you're right. You might have somebody that gets to one of council's goals, which is get a north establishment, but then that's it, right? That maybe they're not on the other factors. They just they're not as strong as the other ones. The selection committee then isn't beholden to say, well, geography is king, so we've got to approve that one. So I think not having a specific preference or a number that's attached to each of these factors gives the selection committee the ability to say, yeah, it's a northern operator, but they weren't the best applicant, and we're going to make them number 4, which means they wouldn't get a license.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Any other questions on this? Well, I like this because we do have a cluster now of 3 operators, as we've been shown, in one small geographical area. And I do hear you. And I think that's one of the things that we entered into this journey together, that we do want to foster diversity of ownership. And so I appreciate Councilmember Marshall-Holston being thoughtful about this. So if that's the end of discussion, let's vote on the amendment. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Sorry. Lamb?
Yes.
Lindstedt?
Yes.
Marshall-Holston?
Yes.
Schaaf?
Yes.
Ward?
Yes.
Anderson?
Yes.
Cohen?
Yes.
Hinkle?
Yes.
Leslie?
Yes.
Thank you. That passes unanimously. Moving on, Councilmember Marshall Olson has another amendment.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to amend the ordinance to remove the lottery.
Is there a second? Councilmember Ward.
I'll second the motion.
Thank you. Is there any discussion?
Mayor, could I have a moment before we do
Of
that? Because
course.
I do want, this one is a little more complicated and won't fit all on one slide. So if we could get it's slide 3 in that deck. Thanks, Jake. So in general, as I described before, this removes all reference to the lottery. It directs the selection committee to not just deem merit, but they deem a rank order of however many available license. It also gives them the discretion if they want to select alternates just in case. And then they would then decide and tell the clerk, here's the ones for the conditional license. I do want to point up, because I want council to be aware, the way this would look, sorry, it's on my screen. Jake, could you hit that here button? Like I mentioned, we're removing all references to the lottery, taking out certain restrictions like the prohibition on comparing applicants. And if you can scroll to the next page, Jake, at the very end to C and D, keep scrolling. There it is. Yeah, that's pretty much the big change in C and D, that they make it so there are evaluations and selections still based on that criteria, but then at D, it gives the description of what their process would be and how they would have to determine and then turn that over. And one of the things we wrote in here is, let's say we have 3 available licenses. Let's say they only find 1 applicant that they really think is worthwhile. They can pick 1 applicant. There's no requirement that they would have to issue licenses to all 3. What we saw in this last process is that probably isn't going to happen. We had multiple applicants available for these licenses. So thank you, Mayor.
And duplicates.
And even after deduped and we got to the 14, we had 10 very qualified applicants.
All right, thank you. So we're at discussion on removing the lottery. Any discussion? Councilmember Marshall Olson.
Thank you, Mayor. I bring this forward because, I mean, my previous amendment to adopt the criteria to make it focus on diversity and both location and minority ownership, as well as small businesses. I really think the lottery no longer makes sense, because we really want to find what's best for Broomfield and not just the one that happens to, what happens if we have 10 in the lottery and the worst of the applicant of those 10 is picked. And I don't think that what's good for the people of Broomfield. And that's why I put this forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council member discussion? Councilmember Anderson.
So the original reasoning for the lottery was to remove some liability, which, right? I mean, could you elaborate a little bit on that? Are we at a different place now where we are more confident that this will not, like, just removing the lottery won't lead to other consequences? Is there anything that you'd want to, in this consideration, are we taking away that protection there?
I can't speak to what'll happen in the future. As we've mentioned, this is already a very litigious area, licensing in general. The reason for the lottery, and if I can challenge the comment from Councilmember Marshall Olson, is that those 10 would all be deemed to be the best, that Broomfield would be happy to have any of those 10 operate. In this space now, with the years that we've been doing marijuana in Colorado, we're seeing experienced operators who are part of trade groups, are part of large corporations and small corporations. And we're seeing really, really experienced, well-funded operators who, and we saw it in the applicants, were able to prepare these applications with good plans, good security plans, good operational plans. So the idea behind the lottery is, at some point, it is really hard to decide who is number 1 and who is number 5. That if we had a pool of really good applicants, we would want any of them. And the lottery takes out that another piece of selection for the selection committee to do. There is a chance of litigation from there, but as we've already talked about, there's a chance for litigation on licensing in general, and we're already being sued on the merit selection that we have. There's no reason to think this greatly increases or decreases our chance of liability now.
Okay, that is helpful. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other council member discussion? But it also takes away all of our control of citing. So did Longmont have a lottery hybrid combo?
Longmont does not, but there's other communities that have lotteries.
Did Longmont have any litigation about their license issuance?
I don't believe so. They've been issuing licenses for more years than we have, but I don't believe so.
Okay, thanks. So we have an amendment and a second. Let's vote. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Lindstedt,
Yes.
Marsh Holston,
Yes.
Schaff,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hinkle,
Yes.
Leslie,
Yes.
Lim.
Yes.
That passes unanimously. Thank you. Thank you very much to council for this great discussion and for the improvements.
Here, we have to go to the, we have to go back to the discussion
Okay.
of the overall ordinance.
There's a motion on the floor to approve ordinance 2186 as amended. Will the clerk please call the roll? Councilmember Schaaf.
Can we finish discussion on this first?
We did. You didn't have your hand up. Well, we try to get it up sooner. I did not see it. It wasn't there. I looked up and down and you're kind of a little late today. So unless I'm going blind, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So we were talking about the idea of having the alternates be considered first, and the attorney mentioned that there could be a potential line that could be added for this. I don't know if this is an amendment from the floor that we could add tonight, or if this is something that would take some more conversation. But I would like to hear your thoughts on if that's something that we could do tonight, or if that's something we should wait on.
Well, to remind you, your council rules requires a 2/3 vote to introduce it. Since we have a second reading, I would ask that we wait till second reading, so then I can work with you or any council member that wants to introduce that amendment, and we can get that language proper.
Perfect. All right. Also, that sounds good. Thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
You're welcome. Councilmember Cohen.
Can I just clarify, if the alternates were selected on the previous criteria, correct? Can they be considered alternate, or they still have that alternate status with this new, if this is approved?
They actually, yeah, right today in the timing that we have, they still are alternates because the three haven't actually finished the full process yet. So if the alternate provision went through, they would be issued that conditional license and then start the process of if they have to find a new site and get their license from the state, all that stuff.
All right. Any other discussion? Sure. Oh, Councilmember Lim.
This is discussion on a general
back to the
ordinance.
amendment.
Okay. I, as in with our previous council vote on this, on our original marijuana ordinances, I voted in support of it with the residential setback. Tonight, I supported the amendment to remove the lottery. I actually do support geographic diversity of applicants, but I do not support this ordinance going forward without the residential 250-foot setback included. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? I knew it. Councilmember Anderson, I know your face.
Yeah, this leaves me very leery without that residential setback. And I'm not sure how we just keep moving without even having the first businesses open or already moving in a direction that goes against where we originally were. So I could actually oppose it for that reason, that we're losing that residential setback, which is important. So I guess that's my comment. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, I'm going to move on then. There's a motion on the floor to approve ordinance 2186 as amended. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Marsh, Holston,
Yes.
Schaff,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hinkle,
Yes.
Leslie,
Yes.
Lim,
No.
Lindstedt,
Yes.
All right, that passes 8-1. We're going to move on. Thank you, Ms. Rogers. Thank you, Mr. Heine. The city and county attorney's report is next. I'll wait for Ms. Rogers to get to her microphone and tell me that she's shaking her head no. Okay, so that's a negative on the attorney's report. The city and county manager's report is next. Ms. Hoffman, do you have a report?
I do not, but I asked Chief Himpleman to join us tonight. She will be joining us monthly. There is a lot of chatter out there about where our crime rates are, and she will be coming monthly to provide us a consistent flow of information. She's going to start with the stats. She is going to move to what we are doing as a community right now with outreach and engagement. And then the third slide that we will build on as we move through these dialogues will be what's coming next. Chief Himpleman.
Well, good evening, Mayor and council members. So I tonight decided to do kind of an overview. And then
that mic is, Jake is the. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, good evening, everyone. So I decided tonight, since I have not presented in a little while, that I would do kind of an overview. And then in future months, I think what would be helpful is to give you maybe more month to month, starting from here, so that I don't try to give you all this information tonight, month to month. So we're going to begin. So if you can get next slide, please, Jake. Thank you. Okay, so I want to say a couple of things about this slide. I've decided to add property crime. The big information that I get when I do a lot of the community programs is a lot about property crime. So this is a lot of information, but I'm going to break it down more so for you. When you look at this slide, it includes motor vehicle theft, burglary, robbery, and theft from a vehicle, which we call criminal trespass. I've included all four of those in this one slide by 2020, 2021, and then first and second quarter of 2022, I'll expand on. I wanted to talk about this specifically because of the conversations that we have, but I also want to touch on one thing. I'm not going to be speaking a lot about persons crimes tonight, sexual assault, murder, kidnapping, because we don't have high rates or increases in those categories. So I'm really being specific on the property crimes. When you look at the property crimes, I want to go through, at least give you kind of a quick snap of last year to this year. So burglaries, for example, last year we totaled 222. Year to date, we have 88. We're actually looking at this and trending to be lower in the burglary categories. When I look at robberies, we had 32 last year. We have 7 year to date. And I want to make sure I clarify, year to date is actually the first 2 quarters. So from January to June. So just to be clear on that. And criminal trespasses, we're also interestingly trending lower. We had 673 last year. We had 201 this year. My big focus tonight is going to be motor vehicle thefts. The reason I want to talk about motor vehicle thefts is that's where we're seeing the most increases. When you talk about motor vehicle thefts, a lot of times they're being used during while they're committing other crimes. And this is the focus of what is always very concerning to our community right now. So a few more stats on motor vehicle theft. 2019, we had 139 motor vehicle thefts. 2020, 286. 2021, 382. January to June, 210. So you see the trend is increasing. So a lot of folks, when I do these presentations, ask me why. I don't know exactly why. We can say a few things that we see as themes right now. A little bit is we do have crimes that have made some motor vehicle thefts lesser charged than misdemeanor. Unfortunately, I hate to bring up the C word COVID, but that backlogged a lot of cases. So we had a lot of repeat offenders during COVID who were not sentenced due to COVID protocols that we just couldn't control what was going on with the court system, especially with the court closures and delays. And so I think it's catching up. We'll probably take a few years to really do the research to understand why this happened. We just don't have the why right now. I want to share something interesting about Broomfield, and I don't want to boast about our employees, but they're amazing. So we have an amazing crime lab. In Broomfield, this is very, very unique and very rare. We process every single car that is recovered that it was stolen from our jurisdiction. So that means if it's recovered in Denver, Aurora, Lakewood, it doesn't matter where, our crime, even when it's towed to those jurisdictions, tow impounds, our CSIs respond and process those cars. Very unique. I tell you this because many agencies, if your car is stolen in Westminster and they recover your car, they'll call you and say, come get your car. They may not have processed it. They may not have taken photos. They may not have taken a DNA or latent prints. We collect latent prints. We process the vehicles. And what I mean by that is if there's anything in that car that did not belong to the owner, we take it, we process it in our lab. And we're very fortunate is that we have our own crime lab for latent prints. So it's almost like the CSI on TV, which 90% of what we do is not like what you see on TV. But in latent processing, because we have our own latent print examiners and the machine to do it, we need two verifications. We have both people in our labs who can verify, and they're examiners that have the state labels to be able to do that and look at it and say, this is so-and-so immediately at our fingertips. I talk about this because this is why we're able to clear a lot of motor vehicle thefts. Again, the focus being more than just they're being stolen, but we're doing a lot of things to get the bad guys and gals in jail when we need to. Next slide, please. So I'm going to shift a little bit. So some proactive measures. So we continue to do public education. Myself and many of the employees in the police department do community programs, safety training. We make sure, I'm sure you see it on social media, to lock your cars. Shut your garage doors. We knock on people's doors late at night, sometimes begrudgingly to tell them, please shut your garage door, it's open. Some are happy about it. Some sometimes get a little upset, but we keep doing it. We give courtesy notices, which is, goes above and beyond to say, please help us, keep you safe, help us do that. Neighborhood watch programs. We continue the neighborhood watch programs. And something cool that we've done recently, we've teamed up with what's called CATPA, which stands for Colorado Auto Theft Prevention Authority. I'm sure you've all heard about the catalytic converter thefts. One of the things that CBI has teamed up with CATPA, and we're part of this program, is that if you like, you can go to CBI's website and you can actually make an appointment, and they'll stick a special sticker that is actually identifies your VIN to that number. Because right now, if your catalytic converter gets stolen, there's no way to say which vehicle came out of, who the owner is, none of that. But they have this new program where they can etch it into the metal that's in your catalytic converter and trace it back to where it belonged. So that's great leads for us to get that information. And as a matter of fact, I see one of our detectives back here, and he's probably excited because he's a property detective guy. And this is a new program, which is really cool. So we've teamed up with them. We've also worked with them to give victims, sadly, when we have to do this, the club, so that you can lock your steering wheel. Unfortunate when that happens, but we do follow up and provide that to them. We continue with Coffee with a Cop. I know it sounds silly to put that up there, but this program was there years and years ago. I'm sure many of you remember walking to a coffee shop and you would see a police officer and you can chat and have discussions. We did this a couple times now. We've put them inside the library, had some coffee donations, and we just have conversation about how to keep the community safe. And any questions that any community member has, they can sit and just chat with our police officers, really trying to show that approachability, that human nature, if you will, with our officers. And it's been a huge success. I actually had a picture from our PIO that took one of the pictures one morning when I couldn't make it there. And it was, the library was packed in the lobby. It's really a neat program to see. We continue with our Teen Academy and Insight Academy. And I'm going to talk more about this on the next slide, but we do what's called a special enforcement plan. And I'll get to that more. And it's really focusing on where those crimes are happening. And lastly, I wanted to mention this because it's critical with everything we do every day, is continue that training on de-escalation and implicit bias, which every employee goes through every single year. Even if they've done it, we're going to do it again. Next slide, please. So B Corps, if you all remember, that's our mental health program. And Commander Wiederquist is here tonight, and I asked him to stick around to see if there's any really in-depth questions. He's so involved with that program. It continues to be a success. Someone I was talking to in the community asked me, well, how do you evaluate that? And I thought that's a great question. And what I really thought through was this, is if we can get resources and help to folks who are having a crisis and not arrest them, that's success. That's a win. If we can get them the help they need for that moment or that week or that month or long-term or forever, and keep them out of jail, I think that's the win. And I know Commander Wiederquist can answer more about any questions you have on that. We're investing in technology. Data-driven policing is kind of the buzzword, but honestly, for me, what that really means is really focused on where is the crime happening and what are we doing about it? And I'll speak a little bit more about that. We just last week had our final interview with our crime analyst. We've been needing that position for a couple of years. We talked to Ms. Hoffman, and we were very fortunate to be able to get that position. That is critical to our success, because I can rattle these numbers to you and I can say, I think this and I get this, but I can't disseminate where is this happening and try to be proactive so that we can have specialized enforcement teams. So I'm going to jump one and kind of go to that section of the specialized enforcement team. When I talked about the SEP, special enforcement plan, special enforcement plan. So right now, our officers, if we have an overlap shift, what they've been trying to do is find out where crime is occurring, and they go and they do an undercover operation, if you will. And they, as staffing allows, and they try to target certain crime areas. We have a bait vehicle, hoping that someone tries to steal that car, which has a GPS and which will stop running as they put it in motion. There's all these things that we have. But what's really, really cool about what they're trying to do is that we realize the importance of utilizing this team and really formalizing it. For our 2023 budget, we've requested what I'm calling, and I don't know if this will be the name, so we might have to do one of those, help name it, specialized enforcement team, a SET team. A SET team is really the team that proactively takes all that data that the crime analyst has provided and says, based off of this information, we're going to have a theft in this neighborhood at this time. And then they sit in that area and they wait, hoping that that's where it happens. Because when you look at it, we do directed patrol all day and all night, 24/7, the officers are out there. And that deterrent of just their presence, we can't evaluate that number. We can't say, well, we prevented something from happening, but we know that by being present, that does work. This specialized team, I think, will be the key specifically to targeting our motor vehicle theft issue, because it's so big in the state. And I want to stress that. When I looked at these numbers, especially I mentioned CAPPA, the Auto Theft Prevention Authority, they provide numbers. These numbers are outstanding in the entire state of Colorado, specifically the metro area. That's where you see the most increase, especially the Denver metro area. The next thing on there is Ms. Hoffman and I have met with our city attorneys, and we're reviewing a motor vehicle theft ordinance, and to see how that would impact us, if that would be beneficial for us in the future to have something in-house that we can cite someone with penalties that will work. And then, of course, there's our self-defense course, which I am very, very proud of. So this is something that we implemented brand new to the police department. We've decided to first host this to any city employee in the city and county of Broomfield. This will be a self-defense course for women for now. And what we hope, and I have to say this, I sent an email, so lesson, right, to all, which always makes me nervous. Read it and reread it. And I'm like, this isn't PD all, this is city and county all. And I hesitated. And that was my lesson, because after I hit send, I had like 100 emails back. And I get a lot of emails as it is. But what the message was, oh my gosh, I'm so excited. I want to sign up. It's not letting me. And it's because within 20 minutes, both classes were completely full. So I think that's a huge win. And that tells me a lot about what we need to bring to our community. So we're going to try these 2 courses. Then I think we'll probably allow some city employees to have a few more. And then I'd like to roll that out to the community, either at the end of the year or first of the year, depending on how we're doing on timing. And then lastly, community engagement project. This is something I believe Commander Witchlatz came in and did a small presentation maybe early on this year. I can't remember the exact date. But I asked him to hold on it a little bit. Being in my role brand new, there was a lot of moving parts. And I really wanted to really be strategic and really look at this with a very clear lens of what do we need. My goal for that community engagement project, and I listed on there as 2023, is really to find out, what does the community want from us? What are we not giving them? What are concerns? Where are we maybe missing something that would be really important to the community? And I think the way we're going to do that is just some outreach. I have a team put together. We haven't really come up with a formal name, so we just decided just a community engagement project, and just to see how that is really proactive to our community of just seeing, what do we need to do more of, and just be proactive in that way. So those are just a couple initiatives I wanted to talk about. There's always lots going on in our police force, but I'm very, very proud of the men and women that I get to work with every day. And I do want to say this. I know I said a lot about the property crimes, and it's always alarming when you see that increase. The focus has to be for us right now in that motor vehicle theft piece, because that's what we're seeing the increase. But I want to reassure you that everything else that's going on is just as important to us, because having those lower persons crimes, as I call them, is really important and is really what makes our community feel safe as well. It's not just about the property crimes. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Chief. Lots of good stuff in that report. So we will go to council questions and comments. Councilmember Shah.
That was pretty fast that time. So thanks for your presentation, and this is going to be great to see more of you and hear more of what's going on. So thank you for those numbers and that graph that you presented. I didn't catch all of those individual numbers that you had mentioned. Can you send those to council so that we can get record of those? Thanks.
Absolutely.
And with those numbers, you had compared 2020, 2021, and 2022. And I'm curious, with all of those being pandemic years, should we actually compare 2018 and 2019 as well, just so that we can kind of get a trend on what happened before the pandemic began?
Absolutely. Would you like that right now?
I don't need it right now.
No?
But,
Okay. So I did go back, Councilmember, to 2019. I think that's probably a fair number to go back to. Any more than that is just probably too long. But I do have those numbers, and that's really something that I look at. I just wanted to give you a short, quick, with unfortunately, COVID just kind of changed all the numbers from what we saw in the previous years. But the biggest thing was that increase in the ones that I mentioned are the ones that are most important. But I'll be happy to send you specifically motor vehicle theft or burglary through 2019 if you want those numbers as well.
Great. Yeah, that would be helpful. And actually, since the public may not see that email, if you can provide those quickly, those numbers, even if it's just that total number, just so that we can compare 2019, 2020, 2021, and 2022, just so that they have that information.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yes, and I also want to share that if you go to CBI's website, there's a link and it has all of Broomfield's numbers. So everything we do, we report to the state. So all of that information is at our fingertips when we need it.
Chief, let me ask you this, excuse me, just for a moment, Councilmember Schaaf. If you can add those, so verbally, but more importantly for that presentation, if we could get it linked on our website, that would be great. I mean, again, there's a tremendous amount of chatter out there right now, and there's a lot of, there's facts sprinkled with a lot of myths. And so continuing to deliver the facts, interpretations will always be in the eye of the beholder. But if we can get that presentation up, then that way the community can also be tracking each time we give one of these updates so that there's context with the numbers. So as we all know, if you take any number out of context to feed whatever that narrative looks like, you're going to get to where you want to go. It's really the context of what's creating it, what are we doing about it, how are we tracking it, and what's next. That's the most important.
Yes, could I add to that also? I want to say, because initially I was looking at also stats of how many folks have we arrested, how many suspects have we arrested for motor vehicle theft. That number, to Ms. Hoffman's point, is going to be inaccurate for this reason, is if someone steals a car in Westminster, and then we locate them here in that stolen car, we charge them with motor vehicle theft. But that doesn't mean that that car was stolen out of our city. So yes, those numbers could be different. So the best, I think the website link would be the best way, if you're okay with that, that's where we report. It's one number. It's the exact number that we utilize. So there's no opinion in it or us trying to pull it from our CAD system to say this person was stolen or this person stole this car, but not in our city. So I'll put that link directly on there, and it's very user friendly.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I kind of know about stolen vehicles, in that two of them ended up either by my house or, running near my house. So, and those were both from outside of the city. So I definitely know about that. With kind of the idea that, how our numbers look, how do our numbers compare to within the region, within the state, and within the nation? Are they trending the same? Do they look vastly different? Kind of what's the synopsis on
that? So motor vehicle theft's trending very much the same. As a matter of fact, I would say the entire state of Colorado is the same on motor vehicle thefts. Burglaries, the other property crimes, we're again, I hate to use the word fortunate, but we are doing okay. I mean, we still have the crime, but we don't have the sky of other agencies. And I don't want to speak for what numbers other agencies have, but from the meetings that I attend and from the detectives that I talk to, I think we're doing really well. And Broomfield is still a very safe community. I don't know the numbers of other agencies, but I went to a Chiefs meeting last week, and one of the chiefs was talking about, and this is the North Metro Chiefs meeting, they were talking about, well, we had another homicide. And so I hear that all the time. And so that's where I think we're very fortunate, is we don't have those very serious personal, homicide is nothing else matters, right? If we're not here to be here tomorrow. So I think that's where we're very fortunate, and we look very safe here in Broomfield.
Okay, great. So story time. So I like superhero movies. I watch Batman and Superman and all the superhero movies. And so I always think about the superhero coming to save the day and prevent crime, but I don't see that necessarily on police movies, right? You don't see the police officer coming in there and preventing the crime. So you had listed some of those proactive measures, but those aren't necessarily, hey, the police are there preventing the crime as it's happening. But there's a lot of, I've heard from your predecessor and other police chiefs that a lot of that prevention comes from the community itself. So what are some of those community prevention measures that can be taken to prevent crime from actually happening?
Yeah, I love that question, council member, because I wish that everyone would help us with that. The number one thing is help us be the eyes and ears. Right? If you see something, call us. You never bother us. I've gone to so many homes as a young detective where someone said, I saw the truck backed up to my neighbor's house and I thought it was weird, but I didn't want to bother you. You never bother the police. We're here 24/7. We're here to serve our community. So please call us. Lock your stuff. Lock your valuables. I play this little game with my mom. She leaves her purse in the car, and then I go to their house and I bring it in, and then she goes somewhere and she says, my purse wasn't in my car when I went to the grocery store. And then I say, because I brought it in the house, because I don't want it to get stolen. So if we can have those little life lessons with our family members, our moms, our dads, our kids, our sisters and brothers and neighbors to say, please shut your garage, because property crimes, we call them crimes of opportunity. So if your stuff is locked and closed, they're going to go to the house that's open and easy to get in. Criminals want to get in and get out. They don't want to make a lot of noise. They don't want attention. So lock your stuff is the most important message. When we have criminal trespasses, don't leave your keys in the car. Don't leave valuables in the car. Bring them in the home. Close your garage. We used to do this years and years ago. We used to do this program that I loved because I'm that nerdy girl, where we would go to senior citizens' homes and we would give them tips on keeping their bushes trimmed so that if someone is standing by their front door or their window, they would see them. A neighbor would see them if they're hunkering down or doing something they're not supposed to. So even little things like trimming your bushes and keeping the things away from windows and doors, all those things matter. And those are the things that we can have conversations with our neighbors.
Right. And then lastly, one of the things that was in the proactive measures that I was surprised that wasn't there was the ride-alongs. Are you still continuing that ride-along program? And the reason I asked is because kind of going along with that kind of community proactive measures is I did that before I was on council, and it really enlightened me to what a police officer on that shift, I'm not quite sure what the right term is, really sees. And so getting to kind of see their perspective of what their view of the community is and really understanding that gave me a lot of education. So is that something we're still doing, is those ride-alongs?
Yes, it absolutely is. And we welcome anyone to do a ride-along. And I love having conversations with people who, when they do one, because then it kind of changes their perspective sometimes. So yes, absolutely.
Great. Thank you so much. That's all I have, Mayor.
All right. Thank you. Councilmember Marsh Holshan.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to thank you for coming and presenting to us. Echo Councilmember Schaaf's comments about the statistics and providing those to us in the community. Just like Manager Hoffman said, sometimes the anecdotal narrative that's on social media doesn't necessarily match the facts, and it's very important for the community to have the data, I guess, that supports what they're saying, what they're feeling. I want to thank you for the department that you run. You took over from your predecessor, who I believe was an excellent police chief, and you are continuing to be an excellent police chief. He was at every event. I've seen you at pretty much every event. I really appreciate the professionalism of this department. Broomfield has never had the problems that other departments have had, and the officers have always been professional, and between National Night Out, just the different things. Always in the community. And from personal experience, I've got the knock on the door from having my garage door open. And actually just recently I had my 3-year-old apparently has learned how to unlock doors and get through child locks. And he got out of the house, and I had a wonderful experience with the officer who came by here's your son. So very professional, very
okay.
Great. So it was I'm very happy with the way that our department is, and keep up the good work.
Thank you.
So, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cohen.
Thank you. And thank you also for starting this monthly report. As the city manager mentioned, the chatter, it's mostly next door, for those who wonder. I have several people who read that site a little too closely, and it's obviously amplifies events to a larger level than they actually are. And so you do hear you get the emails that say that we're under attack and crime is rampant in the community when it's not. So I do appreciate the month report. I would encourage the city to actively put out charts that show the facts graphically on Nextdoor, on social, on your website, to counter the narrative that's out there from people who are taking anecdotal evidence to suggest that things are worse than they are. But I do want to make one tweak, just because that's what I do. But the numbers you gave me, I think, were raw. And over that same period of 2022, Broomfield grew by almost 6%, or almost 5,000 people. So if you apply the per capita filter, it's even a better decrease than what the raw numbers would show. So I think that's important to show that, we are coming off this COVID impact, but that the crime rates are decreasing at a faster rate than the raw numbers would suggest. So I think it would be helpful in going forward that we compare by per capita rate to show what the actual rates are. I think that would give people a more accurate view. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lindstedt.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I just wanted to thank you for the update and thank the entire police force for having such an incredible reputation in our community. Not every community is blessed to have so much community support for their police force. So it just says a lot about you and your leadership and our incredible officers. I did have one question maybe for the next update. And I was just wondering if you probably don't have these numbers on hand, but I'd love to learn more about the where we stand regionally in terms of staffing ratios of police to our current population and our turnover rate in the department, because I think those numbers say a lot about the type of place Broomfield is for all of its employees. And I would just love to learn more. So that's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Did you, that's for the next agenda, maybe? A staff
Yes,
announcement.
I do have those numbers. I just don't have them with me, but absolutely I could provide that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Lim.
Yes, I just I wondered if you would clarify, this is part of the chatter, I guess. It had the catch and release protocol that was in place during the pandemic. Is that still in place, or is that in a different
No, I
with a
think it's
different
gotten better. I'm sorry. It's gotten better. And I can tell you, I believe our population today was, I want to say 92. We were down to 92 inmates is what I mean by that. And at one point we had maybe 40 people in our detention center. Pre-COVID, we were usually around 100. 120 when it was really high. That was a high number for us. So now that we're at 92, I think the difference now is that we're seeing more of the serious offenses that are being lodged and that are being housed at our facility, as opposed to the misdemeanors and the lower level crimes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for those numbers. It's certainly not something to be happy about that there's an increase in population, but I think there was some kind of concern in the community that of the policy that, really kept our jail population more COVID-free during the pandemic. So it was necessary and to deal with the situation then. So you gave us a teaser on the motor vehicle theft ordinance that you're talking about. So that's going to be interesting. Do we have any other details or when that might be under consideration by council?
I'll take that one, Councilmember Lim. Everyone is very, there is a lot. It kind of gets back to Councilmember Schaaf's question about preventative. And when you're talking about criminal charges, the best prevention is for them to know what happens if they come here. So a lot of things need to take place. We're having very, very preliminary conversations about what that could look like. And more to come. But what I will say without being coy, and I'm not trying to be diplomatic, it's just we need to have the conversations with the right people and ensure, like we always do from a staff perspective, that we have the structure in place. So we won't bring anything to council from a recommended perspective, not only until we have sign off of those folks that will be in the pipeline, but from a structural perspective, it will include increased staffing. Just as simple as that. So been in conversation with our city county attorney because they do the municipal prosecutions, also preliminary conversations. I spoke with Amy Bachman last week. So we're moving forward on that. I anticipate that we'll be bringing something to council mid fourth quarter.
And is that something that other municipalities or counties are going forward with?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I want to preface it by saying at some point, Broomfield is not going to be a trendsetter every single thing we do. But right now it's not necessarily a bad thing, although we have to be prepared for, the first through the wall always get bloody. So from a popularity contest, right? That's not what it is, and it isn't why we would do it.
Okay, thanks. Councilmember Limford, there are large and small communities that have a local motor vehicle theft. So that's one of the outreach we're doing. So we can help, we can gain some knowledge from their lessons learned, especially in the Muni court system. How do you actually prosecute these motor vehicle theft cases? So not a lot. I think we've only found 4 so far in the state that have it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Any other council comments or questions? Well, I do appreciate this, and I'm very excited that it's going to be a regular, reoccurring part of our updates from the manager's report. I think we should probably maybe put it in the agenda when it's on there too, to let people know that want to hear this, because they may not know if it's within the manager's report, if you think that would help.
Well, I'm thinking that we'll put it, we'll call it out just on the special reports.
Okay.
And just have that consistently, particularly if we're looking on moving forward with any ordinance modifications for the Muni court stuff.
Yeah, no, I think that's great. And the problem with us having such low numbers, whenever they do percentage increases, like with homelessness or fentanyl, when you go from 2 to 4, I mean, the percentage is misleading. Our numbers are low, so it's better to look at these in terms of per capita and comparison to other counties. And I do appreciate all that you do to keep us safe. I've never felt safer anywhere I lived. So thank you all so much for keeping Broomfield so special.
Thank you, Mayor.
There is no legislative update or any business before the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority or the Arista Local Improvement District Board of Directors this evening. Additionally, there are no special reports. The next item of business for council's consideration this evening is Councilmember Henkel's request for future action regarding directing staff to discuss council's nonprofit donations and sponsorships process. I want to remind council that this is not a discussion on the topic, and instead the opportunity for council to provide staff direction on whether or not council desires to dedicate time and resources to this request. Councilmember Henkel.
Thank you, Mayor. I think there might have been a miscommunication about this as far as, talking about this as a council. I did shift sort of the priorities of it when we had talked about just various nonprofits and how they participate and how grants are awarded versus those who are doing events for, donations or whatnot. What I have found is that I really would love to discuss, just ways that we are looking at the way that our grants are being given in a way that fits our priorities. And then, on top of that, I guess staff really wanted more direction on what my request eventually was. And that was that I really just want more continuity between what we do. I know we receive these emails that say, hey, do we want to support this or not? I would love to see we know that we support the arts and humanities. We know that we support, affordable housing. We know that we support all of these priorities that we have, but I would like to see where our money is going exactly. And then on top of that, what percentage is going where. So I had asked them in a previous email this past week, if staff really needed our direction on knowing what percentage goes where. I just wanted some equity in this conversation because we can say we support this event and we support this event. And I was concerned that we didn't have places, for instance, like the Refuge, who doesn't do a lot of events, and that, I was concerned that they weren't getting any money, but we do give grants through our, through our Department of Health and Human Services. But I would like the left hand to talk with the right hand and just sort of seeing where those percentages are really kind of landing. So if we're doing events and those sorts of things, that's great. But I want to make sure that it's aligning with our priorities and that we're just communicating back to City Council on, what percentage is going where.
Okay, thank you for that, Councilmember Henkel. So do you think this requires a study session?
It seems like staff seemed it would require a study session for that. I didn't feel it did. So in my email back to Ms. Yelman, I said I didn't think that it required one then, under the scope of what I was, asking for. Because they did answer me and they said, hey, we received grants, for these entities that might not have events. But then it kind of spurred more questions on my end. So if staff thinks that we might need a study session or, sort of council direction on what percentage of our funding is going to, fund our priorities, then that should be a study session. So I'm actually kind of following what staff would like me to do.
Okay.
Unless I hear pushback again. So that's fine. Either way.
No, okay, that helps with clarification. So I'm going to go to City and County Manager Huffman. Now, if she wants a breakdown of percentages of what goes where, that's not a study session. That we don't, I mean, it's directing staff to provide what, a pie chart of, priorities and how much we've allocated. But I'm just struggling with the ask because we give to Fish and we give to Precious Child and we give to our agency partners who help the community who have galas, and they get grants as well. That wouldn't fit into a priority in terms of council priorities, right? It's not housing, it's not DEI. Well, it might be a little bit, but you know what I mean? It's not sustainability. So help. I don't know where to go with this. Councilmember Hinkle.
Yeah, me neither,
Let's
right?
get some input.
Yeah, I would like input from staff on
Okay.
if they need more council direction in this direction. I didn't feel it did need it. Now, if we're finding, that we are the percentages are a little off balance and we aren't supporting with our finances in these in these nonprofit grants that we're giving, then yeah, we might need more follow-up. But I did sort of, and I did have just experience in my off-council role as the resettlement director of working with, Intercambio, for instance. I said, okay, we give a grant for Intercambio, and then we had to figure out how do we actually support our taxpayer dollars by using Intercambio, and our staff had to do some research and saying, well, we give this grant, but then we also need to figure out how do our people access that grant money? It didn't seem like there was some sort of disconnect between we give these grants out, but then also communicating with the public on how to access those grant dollars, because our refugees had no idea how to access those Intercambio dollars, but apparently there was an application process and so on. So that was another additional layer. So I just made it more complicated. I apologize.
That's okay. We'll figure it out. I see hands, so let's
let's
go
do
to the
that.
hands. Was your hand before Councilmember Lim? Because okay. You're really fast.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Chef.
Waking up over here. So we're just talking about the council sponsorships, right? I mean, we're not talking about the whole slew of grants and all of that.
Well, what happened was, and if I didn't know if staff is speaking on this or not, it's hard to tell who's raising their hands or not, but I will say that when I brought up the question about events and those sorts of things, it did bring up the fact that, hey, we do give grants. And so it did bring up that layer of questioning of where is our funding going, because not every place can have an event. But then like places, like I said, like the Refuge, unlike Fish has events, right? And so does a Precious Child. They have these events. I was just sort of looking, at an equity lens of, do we give money to these other nonprofits who can't have events or don't do events or don't have the staffing for events? And they did answer that question, I feel, but perhaps it begs a question of just an overall equity of where's our funding going to nonprofits and how are they receiving that funding? And then how are we communicating back to the public how we're using that money?
Yeah, so I would say that, it seems like that this is one of those areas that probably just needs some cleanup, probably needs some refresh of why we do this, how we do this. I don't know if that necessarily needs a study session. I don't know if that's something that rises to the top of needing to do this immediately, but it probably does fall into that category of it needs to be cleaned up. And it's not the first issue and it won't be the last issue. So thanks for bringing this up. And I would say at some point, we need to add this to the cleanup list.
If I may, again, so I'm not clear on what the cleanup would be. So I would ask council to review. So we sent an email on July 27th. And it lays out the human services funding, the methodology, the why, the process we go through, the allocation, who they are, what the groups are, what they stand for, and what the decision-making process is. Separate to council having an identified annual pot of money that you all deem those that do have the golf tournaments or whatever those events look like. I can't recall. So those two different processes. One isn't really a process. You all have a pot of money for sponsorships, which in and of itself means there's some kind of event that you're going to be sponsoring. Aside from that is a very, the email didn't go to all of council. Okay. So we're going to start there. We sent the email to Council Member Hinkle. It's a very thorough, email, and I look forward to your feedback.
It is a very thorough email, and I will tell council, I mean, we can shoot it out to council, it's no problem. It kind of opened up just more cleanup on the back end, and maybe we don't need a study session on it, but I will say, staff, you guys are doing an incredible job, but I will also say that on the user end of using Intercambio, on the user end of trying to apply for 50% off discounts, like that was another issue that we're having to. On the user end, we're finding that that's really difficult. But then, if we can send the email off to council to show council, though, on my original question of, how do we disperse funds through a methodical staff-led process, that's great. But perhaps council needs to look a little bit further. Maybe you do need our input on, that's great. Here's how the Ralston House, for instance, I learned a lot about what they do. They might be in Arvada. How do our taxpayers access those programs? Unless we just need to clean up in better communication to our taxpayers on how they can access what their taxpayer funding is going towards. Does that make sense? And it doesn't have to be a study session if you think that on the back end, we just need more cleanup. But I do think you guys did a great job of explaining, hey, you guys give funding for events, but also there are people who don't have events, but they do apply for this grant funding and they get quite a bit of money. So I want to see that email go out to council. That'd be great. Thanks.
Yeah, I was just looking at the grid, and A Precious Child for 2022 got 43,900 in human services grants, and the Refuge got 43,900 in human services grants. So it's the same, right? And depending on how many people they serve, they have to account for that. We don't handle those grants. That is done by Health and Human Services. But the money that we spend on an event to sponsor a table for $1,000 or $2,500, that's not even close to what we're giving in the grants. It's truly the grant program is where we're helping our community partners, in my opinion. And I don't think it's a problem the way we handle it now. So I feel like it's, I don't know. I think it's a non-issue, but when you look at the numbers of what we give out in grants, it's pretty equitable.
It is, and I will agree, Mayor, on that. So that's why I was kind of pushing back actually next week or last week on that email, just saying, actually, no, I don't need to move forward with this, but I do need cleanup on the user end of how these grants are being used and how, because a lot of people do come to city council members and they're like, how do we, access Intercambio? How do we access things with a precious child? How do we access those dollars? And so It's fine to award these grants, but I do think that we owe it to our taxpayers to let them know how they can utilize those grants. And I think that could be easily cleaned up on the back end with staff and explaining it and being, more communicative in that regard.
I hear you. Okay. Yeah, I agree. It should be easier for users to access the services. I understand that. Does anybody else want to have any feedback on that?
Just real quickly. if I
Councilmember
could
Cohen.
Pull it back to just the council sponsorships.
Sure.
As a fairly new member, it does seem wild, wild west in terms of there's just an email, should we do this? And seem to be bends toward historical and traditional. Well, we've always done this and they have a nice party, so we go to it. That's the way it feels like. I don't know if that's the truth, that's the perception. So I don't know if there's a criteria of how we determine who gets a sponsorship and who doesn't, and whether we have a policy that says this is our objective and we'll divide it up. So primarily, so there may be some new nonprofits that could benefit that just aren't aware and just haven't been around long enough to benefit.
Yes, that's fair. And staff will do whatever council tells us to do. So it's been wild, wild west. You all haven't ever met the cap for your sponsorships. So whether that cap, again, artificially set. We've had 3 new events just from January, just in 2022 that you all hadn't sponsored before. So staff's approach thus far has been, what does council think about this? We got a request and here's the request. And we haven't had anyone say no. So we take silence as a thumbs up. And the majority of them, Councilmember Cohen, they are historical because they're the same, big local nonprofits that kind of that fabric piece.
And just say it might be useful as a group that we set what our objectives are that we want to support. I think the mayor said sustainability or certain 4 causes that we want to emphasize, and then we have a rubric that in terms of we know they're viable, we know they do good where they mostly work in Broomfield or something that, so at the end of the year, we can say we supported this for this reason, and this is our net result versus, well, they've always gotten it and they'll get mad if we don't do it.
When you look at the list, you'll see a lot of them provide gaps in services that we don't provide. I mean, it just makes sense.
And there's a tremendous amount of overlap. So when we say council priorities of whether it's public safety, I mean, we can look at all of our that's the complicating. So 3 years ago, we redid with council's input, actually having a weighted decision-making rubric for those that got the nonprofit grants. In the past, it was historical. This is what they did. This was the percentage of increase. We didn't ask them for any measurements. We didn't ask them for, we didn't ask them for anything. We just gave them the money. So 24 months ago, so this will be the 3rd round of actually asking those nonprofits. It would be, I would highly recommend go in and look at what the criteria is, what the process is for the nonprofits to apply for funding. And if council wants to have additional discussion on what we sponsor, we're happy to do that. Oh, sure. Yeah.
Can I put this out here? This is
Sure.
sort of my thought, and Councilmember Cohen, I'm tracking with you. I do feel like you put it into better words than I did. It does seem like sort of wild, wild west. We kind of get an email saying, hey, would you like to sponsor this? And we all go, yay. And we don't hit that cap. That's great. I also think too, that we need something that's really intentional and just at least tracking the percentage of how much we're giving towards, I don't know what sort of subjects, but maybe we can at least create, or staff can look at what sort of subjects or priorities that we're hitting with those dollars. And then if we're noticing that there's some inequities, so, maybe we are knowing of other events maybe we could put the word out there more. Let's say we're not hitting, certain events that we could sponsor that are doing a lot of sustainability projects, and we're at 0% in supporting that initiative. Then that's something that we could look at. So maybe an in-between here is maybe not a study session and maybe more staff saying, here's the percentage that's hitting our priorities. Do you feel like that would work, Councilmember Cohen? And then if we feel that there's some inequities there, we could do a study session on it.
Yes, I think that sounds fine.
Okay. So what's funny is I'll be saying, okay, don't vote on this that I brought forward. But I do think it's really worth looking at on a staff level for sure.
Okay, does staff have direction on how to proceed?
We're going to do our very best.
Okay, thank you very much. Next item, 18B, Councilmember Cohen's request to direct staff to draft an amendment regarding the establishment of a financial penalty for failure to comply with SIA notification requirements.
I'll be quick since you're nice enough to put me as the last item. And there's no pressure to be quick, I'm sure. Just real quickly, as you may remember from the comments earlier on tonight, several hours ago, I think it was Mrs. Miller, represented the passions and the upset in the Anthem Reserve neighborhood, as many of these folks who have just moved into their homes were not aware that there were some long-standing plans to build water tanks up on the hill behind their homes. That process actually began around 2015, I believe. And so here we are quite a few years later. In that 2015 or 2016 agreement, there was stipulated that the developers would notify every prospective property owner of the plans for the pump station and the water tanks, and included even a form for them to provide to the homeowners. That did not happen. So the homeowners invested in their dream homes and were completely unaware. Now there's no penalty, there's no recourse. So it's sort of a paper tiger. And so, while obviously there was some intent by including that stipulation in the agreement to protect future homeowners, there was nothing to enforce it or to protect them in any way. So while can't do anything about the homeowners' angst about the water tanks, I don't think it'll be as bad as it has been suggested. There will still be usable open space and no one's views will be impacted. And it is the highest spot, I think, in town. So it makes total sense for a water tank. But I do think going forward, we need to, if we're going to stipulate this, we need to have some sort of teeth. There's obviously a wide variety of options that I'm sure the city can come up with that would be enforceable and encourage future developers to live up to their word.
Hear, hear. From a staff perspective, we can draft them. Absolutely.
Thank you, Councilmember Cohen. Actually, it says we'll now proceed with public comments. You gonna pass? Okay. Come on up, come on. You know you want to.
Roxy Jula Lackamore. So I have a question. How long ago had those tanks already been authorized to be put in? And if it has been a very long time, which almost everything in our community is a very old decision-making, then it's called due diligence when you move into a neighborhood. I mean, it's like you move in next to an airport and then you want to shut the airport down. It's like you need the water tanks to give you the gravity-fed water that gives you your water pressure. Sooner or later, as we grew, these things have to be put in. So it's still due diligence on at least that part. I married into where I live, but the sales pitch was everything from the back of the yard down to the interstate was open space. I have Hunter Douglas less than 25 feet away from my backyard. And it's a great big wall, and it took out all of the open space that we loved. But nobody knew, but they just simply decided that, oh yeah, that was the person who sold the property did not say, oh, no, it's only this 25 feet here behind your fence line is the open space. The rest of it's, privately owned. So it's part of that due diligence. So anyway, that's all I got.
Thank you. I do believe it has been part of the plan for build out, and at least 2016 was when that decision was made. So pre-neighborhood.
Correct.
So let's see, is anybody opposed to us amending the code to require penalty? Are you in favor? Thumbs up in favor? Just put some accountability. Ms. Rogers, do you have any input? Because you look like you have an input face.
She does. So late. Just to say that we get the intent, it might not come back as specific as if you violate an SIA, then you shall have this penalty. I think there's other agreements that have these type of obligations in it. And there's other notifications. So it might not look exactly like this, but the intent I get is if we have something in a contract for the protection of our residents, like a notification requirement, we want to be able to then issue a citation to Muni Court if the developer or the builder doesn't follow through on that, like we have in this situation. So yes, that's the direction I hear. I just wanted to say it might not look exactly as we're talking about, because I want to make sure it's comprehensive.
Councilmember Marshall.
So are you saying that whenever it comes up forward on paper for us to vote on, would also include things like if they don't comply with the oil and gas notifications, setbacks?
No, this would, it depends on if an oil and gas notification was in a contract. The oil and gas notification is already in the code and it already has that penalty.
Gotcha. All right.
Anyone else have any questions or comments? Okay, that's good. Thanks, everyone. And thank you, Councilmember Cohen. That concludes the items on this evening's agenda. Is there any other business to come before the council?